Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. How's it going? We got everybody here. Arter, gaming with Jacqueline. It's been a while. It definitely has been a while. How's it going with you? Um, and Yomo's here, and Maverick. Thank you so much for that follow. Yes, and as you can see, we are back in Wurm Online. It is a Friday night, and Bunloose, Night Stalker. Night Stalker, thank you so much for that sub. It's been a while. Haven't seen you in these parts of the woods for some time. And Bunloose, welcome, welcome. All right, well, we are back in Wurm Online, and it is a Christmas time. Things are good? That's good to hear. Very good to hear. I was thinking of putting on a little bit of background music here. Let me just... I'm going to keep it a little bit low, though. But we will put on some of this stuff. You let me know if it's like too quiet or too noisy or overpowering or whatever it is. Yes, I did get the sled. Kiev, welcome on in. Yeah. I did the things, you know, and I'm hoping to do a little bit more, but I did the things that gave me the I can't even remember what the other things were. There's a little goblin statue. Goblin statue's here. He turned out tin, which is okay. And then the wreath, which I discovered can only be placed on horizontal surfaces. It's a candle wreath, which got me confused because I was trying to hang it on the wall. But yeah. I actually really like how they set up the sleigh. Like, you get the unfinished sleigh in your inventory when you get it, and it's essentially a cart. But I like how they did it because it pretty much is like a skin for the cart, right? Like it's a skin, but not a skin. You know what I mean? Like, this is how I envisioned skins getting added into the game. How the sleigh was added. And in my opinion, I think every skin in the game should be like the sleigh was. Either you purchase the one item that's unfinished and you get the unfinished item in your inventory and you complete it, or you get a recipe for that item, like a way to... I'm building my large cart. Would you like it to look like the sleigh or the regular large cart? Like that? Or something like that. Like, I feel like it should be something where it's like my character is creating a sleigh. Not that my character is creating a large cart and then magicking it into a sleigh. You agree? You think they did many things right this time? Can also get many of the other old things if you turn in stuff after the first 3 rounds. Exactly. So that's what I'm hoping for tonight. I essentially got enough for those items, and getting a little bit of lag here. Let me see. In here, I have a few more. Not that many, like 10 more of these items, and I had just gotten enough pipes to get the last item. So yeah, we're going to collect a bunch more of those tonight. My hope is. As you can see, this is my forge factory. I finally got this forge right here, this forge, up to 90 quality. And I'm going to continue using this forge as my imping forge. Like skilling forge, rather. I'm skilling up my masonry. Got my masonry to 88, which I think is pretty good. Hey, Arizona Rose, welcome on in. Welcome. Yeah, as you can see, we're back in Wurm Online, and we're going to be checking out a whole bunch of the new stuff, things, holiday features. Well, I made myself my first sleigh. That was pretty cool. And it acts just like a cart, which is really neat. Like, I could take my... Here, let's take it for a spin. Let's unhitch these two. Let me lead them. Are they gonna come with me? Yeah. And we'll hitch them onto here. Hitch. Embark. All right. So here's my new sleigh. It's not winter time, but I'm curious to know why it's going so slow, though. Like, it's going 22 kilometers an hour. Let me just double check. Do these two have horseshoes? Yeah, they have horseshoes on. Yeah, no wheels, I know. So is it that it's designed to go slower? And we'll talk about the resource nodes in a bit, no doubt. I can probably give you some insight as to the reason why people are disliking the new resource node update, but overall, it's not bad. There are definitely good things about it. Yeah, what is wrong? These horses. What do I have in here? Oh, I probably because I have too much stuff in here. Hold on. Let's empty this. I'm just gonna dump these into here. Okay, let's see. How fast does this cart go? Yeah, there's something is off about these horses here. Let me just double check. Both of them have horseshoes, and both of the horseshoes are like half decent horseshoes. Equipment. Maybe it's that they just need that initial kick, you know? Yeah, these are half decent horseshoes. So you notice your cart a bit slow lately? Yeah. There are times where like I find you have to let them warm up a little bit. You know, like they have to get that initial speed tick. And once they hit that speed tick, then they stay that way. At least hello horses do. I'm not sure. Yeah. But it is quite slow. I wonder, did they nerf the speed of carts? This cart goes 37 normally with these horses and this gear. Yeah, 37 is the normal speed. Or 36 maybe. But now it's going 24, which is a significant nerf. But I'll be honest, I wouldn't be upset if they nerfed it. Honestly, I think that it's kind of ridiculous that carts can go 37. Hey, Liran, welcome. How's it going? And did they change it a few months ago? So weight affects it. Yeah, it's been more than a few months, but yes, weight affects carts. That came in with the new animal husbandry and the draft traits and all that. But it was very, very unbalanced in the sense that you could get your cart to go insane speeds. But it does look like they toned that back. I could be wrong. I could be just... There could be something else in here. What's in these small rafts? Not very much. Not very much at all. No, I don't think it has anything to do with the weight in there. Yeah. Yeah. It has been it has been quite a while. Yeah. I know time goes by in this game for sure. Often I will be like thinking to myself, like, they just changed that in that recent update, and somebody will tell me, wait, but that update was like 7 years ago. Oh, right. Yeah, like then that's when they changed it 7 years ago. In my mind, it's like recent. Okay, so let's get to doing stuff. Oh, it goes right to this song, eh? Here, let's find another one that's a little bit fun, a little bit more fun. Yeah. Okay, so what I've been working on is storage for all of the stone shards that I'm going to be collecting in this mine. So I think I'm going to start by finishing up those that I started. I have all the materials for this, so we just need to finish up some of these crates. And there's only a few to go, so we'll start there. And then maybe we could talk about the new update, the resource node update, which it's been in a while, and I have commented on it. But first, I'm going to open up my beer. Today I have an Irish Stout, a very good tasting Irish Stout I got for my birthday. Very tasty. Something's wrong here. There we go. And Nivish, welcome on in. Guinness, it is not a Guinness. It is the brand is O'Hara's. Yeah, it's going to be backwards probably in the camera, but oh no, it's forwards. O'Hara's. It is from Ireland. It is a craft brewery stout, right? Guinness is more like one of those mass manufactured beers, whereas this is the type of beer that is brewed in small barrels, handcrafted. So good. When was my birthday? How did you know it was my birthday? Recently, yeah. As if my birthday was on the 22nd. Yeah, that would have been the day that I streamed, but I ended up going out with some friends that night, so I canceled the stream. But yeah, had a good birthday, and Christmas was fun. But yeah, let's talk about these, like this new update that just dropped. Just a little bit though. I do end up getting a little bit on the complainy side of things if I talk about this too long. I'll start by saying the things I like about the new system. I really like the way that it makes the world look. Not only does it look more full with all this nature sprouting up all over the place with lots of different models, and it adds variety to like just looking at the world in general. I also like how it makes the world more interactable. So there are more things to interact with. Because in the past, they would have these non-interactable sort of cosmetic items on the ground, like rocks and foliage and such, and you weren't able to interact with them. Now, nearly everything is interactable, perfectly everything, which I really like. That's actually the thing I think I like the most, is the fact that more things are interactable. It makes it more intuitive to the new player as to what to do. Whereas before, it was unclear that you were supposed to go forage and botanize on the ground. That's something that you had to figure out, and it's not intuitive. The environment doesn't tell you anything about that. But now, there's these items all scattered throughout all over the landscape. Flowers, bushes, little rubble rocks, little things all over the place, and they're all interactable, so you can just observe there's something there, and I go to try to pick that thing up, and lo and behold, you pick up some stuff. So I really like that. But what I said before about the new system that I think is a negative. I don't know how much it's a negative, but I'm calling it a missed opportunity. And maybe it's not missed yet. Maybe it's just one of these things where they might get around to this. But currently, if they don't change anything about it, I would say it's a missed opportunity, because foraging and botanizing is one of those skills that nobody really engages in. The very few people who do engage in that system beyond that newbie stage is a very, very, very small minority of people. You might have had die makers engaging with botanizing a little bit. But over the years, they've slowly removed the need to forage and botanize by adding different things like they added the ability to plant woad, and then you can sort of farm it in the comfort of your own deed. Same with acorns, which you used to have to get a ton of acorns through botanizing or foraging. I can't remember which one it was. But you can now pick acorns off of the oak trees when they're in season. So all these sort of things that they've added over the years have made foraging and botanizing less needed of a skill. And so you'll find very few people skilling up their foraging and botanizing past maybe 20. I would even say that you don't even need that. On this server, when I started this person up, like this new tune up, when the new servers launched, I worked on foraging and botanizing right at the beginning just to get that initial bit of stuff required. Let me just see here. What did I get it to? Nature. Foraging is 16, botanizing is 12. And I haven't touched it really since, because there's nothing that foraging and botanizing will actually give me that I can't get in other ways. And I would even argue that the other ways are vastly superior in terms of how, like, sheer quantity of stuff you can get for the time invested. Right. So, you know, most of the things you can farm or plant in pottery planters, and then you can farm them this way. I did know that there were some people who do spend time working on their foraging and botanizing before the patch. There were some people. And I would have to say that, you know, who was it that asked about it? It was Kiev, right? And Kiev, you were saying you're not sure why they're getting so much hate. So one thing you have to understand is that the hate that they're getting, the hate that the new node system is getting, is coming directly from those people who in the old system skilled their foraging and botanizing all the way up to like 90 plus. Some people went up to 99, and some people even pushed it all the way into like really close to 100. So it's mostly those people who are upset, and you're going to find that that is always going to be the case, that any system that gets changed, and hey, Nivish. Oh wait, that was from before. Never mind. Anytime a system gets changed, you are always going to get complaints from the people who loved the system before. No. I don't think it's because they get less. It's because now, in order to do the thing that they've been doing every single day of their Wurmian career, they're going to have to do it differently. They're going to the way they used to do it is no longer the way that you do it anymore, and now you have to do it a completely different way. And they liked the way they did it before. It was a routine for them. They loved coming in and doing their round of foraging and botanizing over that same coat of land that they do every single day. And now they're coming in and they can't do that anymore. So to those people, it kind of feels like something was taken away from them and replaced with another system that they are instantly going to not like, not because it's a bad system, but because it took away the thing that they love doing. You know? And Night Sucker, you think there's a slight buff now, not counting the Christmas bonus. What buff for what? Hey, Grez, a Vacation Wednesday factional facing. Yeah, it is a Vacation Wednesday. Foraging and botanizing, but a buff for what? Like, what's the buff? I get more skill gain. I get more items. I get higher quality items. I get different items, special items. You know, like the stuff that you pull out of the ground or from these nodes now. I don't know. Like, for gaining more skill, okay. Yeah. It was a good Christmas. Yeah. It was very good. Spent it with family. Hosted a Christmas dinner. Yeah, it was good. Kids had a lot of fun. Yeah. I'll put it this way. I really feel like before the change, foraging and botanizing were useless skills, and after the change, after the the update, it didn't change anything. They kept it the same in terms of like the benefits of foraging and botanizing and what you do it for. I'll be honest, I can't name a single thing anybody would use the foraging and botanizing skill for. Unless that person is against farming or gardening or forestry. Like if you're against those things, by all means, you can instead forage and botanize and get similar stuff. And I'm not sure what the rate of getting that stuff is. I mean, like, let's suppose I wanted to grow 10,000 of every crop, let's say. Like, how much effort is it to get 10,000 of every farming crop by foraging and botanizing versus doing it by farming? I'd argue that you're gonna probably be able to get that material much more efficiently at higher quality if you do it by farming. Foraging one use of cotton for bandages on an ill-fated trip. Totally. If you're at that point in the game where getting cotton is important in a pinch, by all means. However, anytime I leave my deed for an extended period of time, I come over to my bin over here. Where is it? I mean, I probably wouldn't use this cotton. I'd probably use like maybe one of the cottons in the lower bins. But I have like a good amount of cotton that I use for all sorts of different things. And I'll just take the cotton here and put them in my cart before I go on a trip. So totally foraging and botanizing is for you if your farming, gardening, forestry skills are low and you haven't quite gotten into the game deep enough that you're building stores of all the things, right? But then if you already did all that work, let's say you're at this point where you've been playing for a few years, you've farmed many rounds of crops, you've planted all your planters, and you've amassed a store of like a good amount of, all of the things. I'm not sure that the next move is to level up your foraging and botanizing in order to get more of these things at lower quality. I think my gardening is on the verge of 90, and I think that's what I was waiting for. But once my gardening skill gets to 90, I'm going to make a new bin and start putting the 90 quality stuff all into one bin. I'll admit that I have been slacking on farming. My crops in here have been sort of dwindling, but I still have like a good few hundred of every crop, 400, 300. of like higher quality stuff, like 90-ish. I could probably start that up again, farming. So from my perspective, from a person who's playing on this server for 3 years or so, from that perspective, the foraging and botanizing change didn't really affect me in any way meaningful. And as I mentioned before, I felt like it was a missed opportunity because it could have been an opportunity for them to change the system enough that makes me want to engage in that activity. Now I know that some things that they did add, they added the ability to get the, what do you call it, the holy site items, the holy site fruits and resources. But I'd also classify those as a missed opportunity as well, because from what I understand, those holy site materials are nothing special, really. At best, they using them in a meal will increase affinity timers by a small amount. I'm not sure if that's worth hunting those particular materials down, you know? So, yeah, in the end, I would say I'm indifferent to the fact that they added this new system. I'm almost certainly not going to be engaging in that system. I'm happy that they made the adjustment to the Spirit Templar requirement, because it was kind of annoying that all this stuff was spawning on my deed and I didn't really want to spend the time cleaning it up. I wonder, did the hotfix fix that, by the way? Has anybody verified? They did a hotfix today, and it said, Spirit Templar will now, you know, be able to do the thing it's supposed to do. Yeah, you like it for the decoration. The environment looks nicer when you're wandering around. I'd agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm happy that they added it for that reason. I think the best thing out of the whole thing that we got out of it, in my opinion, is the new outline. The new hover outline. I really like the new hover outline. I think that's the best addition out of the whole thing. And that was a long overdue. I feel like it looked so awful before, to the point like it looked so jarring before, jagged edges and sharp. It just looked extremely old, and the new one looks more soft in some way. I'm not sure, like it's not so pixely. It's soft, and in some places it's glowy. It's a little bit glowy, like in the corners here. It's like it's a little bit more glowy. I really like the look of it. It's not this solid, flat looking border. It looks a little bit more soft and yeah, nice looking. And since that's something I look at almost all the time, it like definitely that is a huge impact on my gameplay. I look at it all the time. Yeah, the new outline is very nice. Yeah, nice to see the cactus and desert. Yeah. Like the look of the world looks nice. I've never been one to be an explorer. There have been a few things that have been added into the game that has sort of enticed me to go exploring out and about. But for almost my entire Wurmian play, like I played this game for so long, and the majority of the time, it's either spent in the mine or in front of a forge. Those are the two places that I'm usually. Hey, Saturn Rocky, welcome on in. Hope everything's doing well with you. And when you first started playing, you hated it so much you turned it off until you realized you can't really play with it off. Yeah. Yeah, you can't really play with it off. There are certain moments where you don't need it. At one point, I think, let me just see if I still have this hotkey. Nope. Oh, goodness. That hotkey was not the right hotkey. Nope. doing all the things wrong. Ah, there it is. Okay. So I have this hotkey, which is the one that turns off the rendering of the world, and then this one that turns it back on. But I had a hotkey that turns it off and turns it back on at one point or another. And I thought to myself, yeah, I'll just have it off when I don't need it and turn it on when I need it. The problem is it's so rare that you don't need it, or at least that you forget. I often will forget that I don't need it. And then it just turned out not to be worth it at all. Okay, I need to clean this up so I can see the unfinished ones. I did have a great Christmas. It was good. A lot of fun. A lot of food, a lot of treats. Oh, I need to hitch my animals. You know, family came over and we had we hosted a turkey dinner. It was great. All the kids opened up all their presents. It was not a white Christmas. Nope. It is a rainy Christmas this year. At least where I am. How is it everywhere else? Is it a white Christmas anywhere? Did anybody get snow? Okay, what's in here? I think I'm gonna grab one of those rafts. I'm gonna grab the empty raft. This way I can put these items in there. I might grab a backpack. Oh, here's a backpack. Let's repair that backpack while we wait. And actually, can I put... Do these fit in the backpack? Yes, they do. Okay. You know what? Let's just bring this into my inventory. No. Let's just cancel the repair action. Bring this into my inventory. Repair it here. And then I'm going to put the peat back. And I'm going to see, were any of these empty? No. I'm going to grab some empty. There's a damp Christmas in England. What? And not in Wisconsin. Mild temperature and rain. Yes. Same here. Rainy. And mild temperature also. Okay, let me just put a hotkey on the load cargo. Let's make it bind shift plus Q is identify. Bind shift plus E. Bind shift plus Z. What's collect? What does collect do? Okay, I'm going to bind it to shift Z. And then we can just shift Z and pick up all these crates like this. Oh, and the forge is really big. Okay, I'm going to put the forge... I am going to put the forge in this wagon. Open. Can I just drag it? Yeah. Okay. Try not to forget I did that. And for now, I'm going to put the raft back in here, but I'll bring the raft in a second. Shift Z. Really like how atmospheric it is in Wurm when it's foggy? Me too. There was quite a while when the fog was like removed from the game. I have a feeling it had to do with people not liking the fact that they couldn't see when it was foggy. What's in this one? Stone shards. You know what? Let's move. Oh, goodness. Let's move one of the empty ones there and one of the full ones here. And these two small crates also empty. Okay. Yeah, there was a time when the fog would roll in and it would be so foggy you couldn't see the trees over there. That's how dense the fog was. And if you were on a boat trying to get someplace, you were landlocked for a while. Like you were stuck because, yeah, you couldn't see anything. Okay, I'm now seeing some of the unfinished ones. Yeah, that's 12 more. You think you remember that? When it's really, really, really thick fog, you can't really see anything now either. Can see maybe 10 tiles, but it usually clears like in a few minutes. Hey, Buddha, welcome on in. Merry Christmas. Yeah, okay, that's nice to hear. It's nice to hear that the fog is back in full force. Yeah. So we were just noticing, like, Buddha, I had noticed that the my large cart is going a lot slower now compared to it was before. Has there been a change to that? I didn't see anything in the patch notes saying anything about changes to the cart. But now my cart goes so slow in comparison to what it did before. No, nothing? Okay. Not even unintentional? Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll keep my eye on it. It's possible my hell horses were just not, what's the word? You know, like they needed a little bit of time to get into that mode where they go faster. But they were going significantly slower. More than 10 kilometers an hour is slow. Yeah, it was like, yes. The cart was going 13 kilometers per hour slower than normal. Yeah. But on the flip side, I'd actually not care too much if that was a change that happened. Like if all of a sudden carts went slower, the fastest horses went slower, and everything just got scaled down. Because as it is, horses go really fast. Like horses go way faster than boats, for example. Boats are slow. Carts are way faster than boats. And horses too. Like a single horse can go above 40 for sure. Like the fastest horse with the fastest gear is probably going 45. The fastest cart with the fastest horses and the fastest gear also probably goes 45. Okay, no change in the last couple of years at least? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Because I was noticing the sled was only going 22. And I thought, huh, that's weird. I thought the sled was the same as the cart. And then I put them on my cart and it was only going 24. We'll try it again after I finish these. I did notice before sometimes the hell horses would start out slow and then they would bump up really quick to their max speed. But I rode it around a little bit and it still was going 24. But with the gear I have on there, it should go 37. Looks like there might be two more here. 2 or 3. There's Zed fighting with each other. I think I see 3. Yeah, 24 with my helis, that's really slow. On Noob's Harmony, we did 20-ish. With wild ash hell horses and 50 quality shoes, no cast. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and my cart is 80 quality, and it has the speed rune on it. The moon metal speed rune. So it should be going like pretty fast. Like 90 quality shoes with 100 WA casts on them. And I think they're both Moltons too. I think they're both Moltons. Okay, so once we finish these crates, I'm gonna go into the mine and we're gonna clear it all out. Gonna get some work done. And hopefully pick up a few more of those festive thingies, bits, machine. What are they, like gears and valves and pipes? Gears, valves, and pipes. Somebody on the forums was reporting that they were getting diminishing returns when they were mining on a single vein for the festive items. So I was noticing approximately 5% of the actions was giving me a festive item. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if it stays at 5%. Yeah, I think to get the items that actually I don't even know. I what did we need? 3 plus 6 plus 9. So that's 18. And then I had 10 more, so that's 28. So I fished out 28 items, and it took me, I want to say, about 600, no, probably 800 actions or something like that. Hey, Limited, welcome on in. Yeah, so we'll see how we do. And they were suspecting that it was because they were on a single vein. And that if they move to a different vein, they get the original drop rate back again. So I think we'll be fine because we're going to just be doing on rocks. At least mostly. Yeah, it actually looks like this is the last one. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's check this one more time. I'm kind of curious to know. Okay, we'll unhitch this one. Lead. Lead. Hitch. Hitch. Okay. Thanks for saving the VODs. This is probably the only time I catch the stream live. First and last. Yeah, no problem. VODs only last 60 days, and I have sort of given up on the process of moving the VODs over to YouTube because it is time consuming. Okay, they are going a little bit faster now, but not nearly as fast as they used to. So they're going 26 and normally they'd be going 36. That's good to hear. I'm glad. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. It's got to be something that I'm like not thinking about here. Does have a little bit of damage. 3 damage. Let's see about moving these rafts here. I can't imagine it's because it's heavy. There's like barely any weight in there now. No, 26. Do you have to feed them now, or is... Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Yeah, that's late. And I do understand, like, time zones make it really hard for me to schedule the stream. Or rather, it's that it's really hard to schedule a stream when I know so many people are going to be sleeping during my prime time. Like, where I am, it's only 7:40. Yeah, 7:40, so... Like, I wonder what would happen if I took some... Let's see, do I have low... Here, some oats. Let's just take 20. Okay. Let's see. Maybe they're just hungry. Does not seem interested in food right now. Does not seem interested in food. Okay. Not hungry? Yeah, this is a little disconcerting. Why isn't my cart going? I don't know. Okay, well, I'll hope that it fixes itself. There's definitely something wrong. I've never seen it go that slow for that long. Okay. So would I actually... Okay, so 5 crates. Let's start with those 5. That's probably fine. I should probably eat some food and bring a slice of something with me. So I'm going to bring the lunch bin. Nope. 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 Where's the lunch box? Although I find the lunchbox doesn't really keep the food. Let's see, did it keep the food from last time? Yeah, it's like 60 decayed. Decayed really bad in the lunchbox. Okay, I'm gonna grab let's see, we'll do a test. Or any of these. Okay, only these 2. And that one. Okay. So maybe I will grab a portion of each. And we will keep 1 in the box and 1 outside the box. And I will check in on it from time to time. We will drop that one onto the ground. Okay, tested your card again. Now it's within spec, 31. Higher than the lowest by far. Okay. Interesting. Hold on. I also want to check to see about that change that was made about the settlement. Manage settlement. Manage settings. Yeah. Mark this if you want to prevent resource nodes from spawning within the settlement. See, I feel like I already did that, but did the hotfix maybe make it so you have to do it again? 'Cause I don't want the resource nodes on. And then my next question is, will the resource nodes disappear automatically? Do they despawn? They'll clear over time, not instantly? Okay. Your card can go up to very close to 40, but of course, also the lowest closer to 20. Okay. And do you use hell horses or do you use horses or donkeys or? Yeah, clearing over time is fine because yeah, I have time. Okay, this is flat. And if I level this, does that work? Yeah, donkeys, come on, it's mules. Whatever. Mules, donkeys. Okay, so mules have do they have the same thing where like their speed fluctuates, goes up and down while you're riding? Like what I love about hell horses is that they start out like mid and then they get those speed ticks where their speed goes up, just like horses and just like mules. But the thing about hell horses is that they never go back down. They stay up there for the whole journey. So that's one of the benefits of hell horses. So once you can get it to once it hits the max speed, it just stays max speed the whole way. Yeah, hell horses don't have those up and downs. Mules are the same as horses and donkeys. Okay. Yeah, on the other flip side, hell horses have those downsides, which is, well, they attack you. That's a small downside, and then the other one is they unhitch when they exit the aged. You know, they don't bite you and they don't accidentally kill rare traded. Right. Oh, you don't actually kill. Yeah. Mules draft like horses, but have riding skill of donkeys. I'm pretty sure mules draft better than horses by a decent amount too. Yeah, mules are much better than horses for drafting. Yeah, you'll never get horses to pull a cart at almost 40. Yeah, drafted decent amount by a long shot. Yeah. I mean, they beat horses by a lot. And by a lot, I mean, if you had the best horses with the best horseshoes, I think you can get a cart to go about 30 at most, right? I might be wrong about that number. If anybody can prove me wrong, can horses draft a cart faster than 30 kilometers an hour? Oh, this cow decided to come join. Hey, Kyoko. How's it going? It's been a while. Welcome. You're close to the limit for a cart with other things than health horses. Right. So that's like 40-ish. Okay, that's good to know. I grabbed a festive metal thing while leveling. So that seems to work. Several supreme shoes, rest are rare, all 100 casted, 95 quality, rare cart with ruin. Yeah. Yep, all the things. It's been great. Yeah, it's been great. I've been streaming Wurm this will be what, the third stream of Wurm. Second stream of Wurm? I don't know. I streamed Wurm a few times now. Yeah, this is at least the third stream, I think. And before that, I've been streaming consistently since, I guess, all year. Mostly 7 Days to Die. Yeah, I'm still in love with that game though. 7 Days to Die. I started another run off stream of Darkness Falls. I've been trying to find like a game that kind of fills that niche, you know, that crafting survival sandboxy. You know, I might be in the minority here compared to Wurm players, but I really love the action combat that 7 Days to Die offers. So yeah, Wurm definitely gives you that. It fills that void of the deep, rich systems that are really hard to learn, and spending that time to learn requires a lot of patience and thought and careful problem solving and that stuff. I don't think there's another game out there that offers that, the problem solving aspect of Wurm. But it definitely lacks in the action combat kind of category. Also, one of the mules has 5 draft, meaning it has a stronger trait, so the few things that can make it faster are more Supreme Shoes, Supreme Cart, and another 5 draft mule. Yeah. Okay, interesting. And you can pull almost at 40, or is it 40? It's good to see me back. You noticed I was on, but always seem to miss me. And yeah, it's hard to find games like Wurm. Yes, I know. And you still play occasionally too? Nice. Yeah, Wurm needs an upgrade to Wurm to Unreal 5. I mean, it'll make it look pretty, but I think for me, graphics is definitely not the make it or break it feature of a game. I mean, if they spent all their time and just made Wurm prettier, I don't know if I'd be happy with that. When I'd rather resources were spent on making the game more cohesive. Like right now there's like a ton of depth to all the skills, but the downside is that everything just feels all hodgepodgey. Like Wurm is separate systems upon separate systems that some of them have been intertwined with each other, which is great. So more of that would be great. Like as I was saying about the foraging and botanizing update, I almost feel like it was an opportunity to intertwine it with other things that would have been nice to see, but as I said, it's a missed opportunity that they didn't. Like I'd like to see reasons for doing the things that we're doing in Wurm. Like, give me a reason to go forage and botanize, and I'll gladly go do it. Yeah, so you just missed my whole spiel about the new resource nodes. The things I like about them is that they make the world look nice. They make the world look more interactable, especially from a new player's perspective. And I really, really, really like the outlines. The new, outline. The new outline is by far, in my opinion, the highlight of the update, for sure. I'm not sure you've seen past 40. You don't steer at all, but I've done 38, 39, you're sure. But stars have to align for it to happen. Mules must have all traits active, and I'd be going flat or downhill and not having my cart loaded, so rarely happens. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So with my hell horses, it's like I think I they're both molten, but they're not 5 draft. They're both 4 draft, and I don't have any rare shoes, just regular run of the mill shoes. I didn't imp them to 95. I only got them to 90, and they have over 100 casts on them, and they are like consistently 37. That's with the speed ruin on the cart though. But consistently they'll go 37, except for today. Today is they're deciding they don't want to go that fast. Yeah, but you know, with the new resource nodes, I really wish that something was added to incentivize doing foraging and botanizing beyond just that bit that you do at the beginning, you know, before you create your first farm and before you plant your first plants into the planters. It seems like once you have your farm and your garden set up, I don't see a reason anymore to do foraging and botanizing. Except for those rare moments where you're in a pinch, right? Like you're out and about and you forgot to bring your cotton and you just need one piece of cotton to heal that wound that you got. But aside from that, I don't see a reason to do foraging and botanizing. So as much as I like the look of the new nodes and all that, I don't think I'm going to really be interacting with them in any way. I really don't like how it takes so long to clear one as well. I understand why they did that. They made it so that you get lots of resources out of a single node, so you're sitting there as you're pulling in all the resources. But if you don't care about the resources you're pulling, all you want to do is get rid of the node, like just to clear it away, it takes like forever. So that's really annoying. So I started trying to get rid of some of them on my deed. I literally would just forage and then drop anything that I foraged onto the ground. But it would take like 30 seconds per node. So that was... I stopped doing it after the 3rd or 4th one. Yeah, you get that once you have all the season stuff that you need to farm, the rest you don't need to forage and botanize. There needs to be an ongoing reason to keep it doing it. Yeah. There should be something that you can get from foraging and botanizing that you can't get anywhere else. And I understand that it used to be that way, and people complained. And so because people complained, they switched it, right? There were certain things that you had to get, and you could only get them from foraging and botanizing. We're currently in a situation where there are some things you can only get from foraging and botanizing, but you don't need those things. So like nettles, sassafras, nutmeg. Am I missing one? Those 3 items I think you can only get from foraging and botanizing. You cannot plant them or grow them. I might be missing one. Can anybody think of anything else that you have to forage and botanize for if you wanted it? Besides nettles, sassafras, nutmeg? And none of those 3 items are a need. Maybe nutmeg if you're really wanting to make whatever nutmeg makes. But nettles and sassafras, there's nothing that nettles and sassafras make that other things don't make. There's always another way of doing it. Maybe they combine foraging and botanizing with archaeology. Maybe. The question, though, is the fact that it's now a lot easier for new players to get stuff that they need to start up, enough to make it a decent update. Sure, for seasoned players, it's not a big deal, but I'd say making it easier on new players is important too. I totally agree with that. I'm definitely happy with the fact that... What happened to my outline? Yeah, I agree that I totally agree that making it better for new players is important, and I think it was a good change for that. It makes it slightly more intuitive. It doesn't make it easier on the new player. It just makes it a little bit more intuitive what to do. I think in the way the old system worked, it was good enough. Like, if the person didn't know what to do, it really didn't take that long for them to figure out the foraging and botanizing. But I can imagine that there were some people in the past, they'd log into the game, they wouldn't know what to do, and they would log out before asking anybody, before researching or doing anything. They would just log out and never log back in. So maybe for those people, at least there is a slight indication about what to do. Yeah, I did make a hotkey to toggle it. I was trying to search for that hotkey before, but I couldn't find it. Is there a way to see what key I bound a specific action to? Toggle. I can't remember. Is it outline hover? No. Bind toggle outline hover. I can't remember what it's called. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Keybinds. Let's just outline hover. Oh, what is it? Border. Outline. I really thought it was outline. Toggle. Toggle chat. Toggle climb. Toggle console, inventory, stats, mission, fight, GUI, wiki search. And back at the top. Settings. Keybinds. Outline hover dog. Yeah, I know. I tried those keywords. Search keybinds. Outline. Hold on. I'll go to all. Out. Zoom out. No. Hover. What? Okay, hold on. Outlined hovered item in lists? What does that mean? Shows an outline around hovered item in any list. Okay. I see. That's in the UI. I have no idea. Look at all these options that I've not seen before. Show detailed hover on items. Show extra info. Oh, that's not. This is the text. Disable free look when. No. Disable item. Like maybe it's a bug. Maybe I just need to restart the game. Nope, that's the wrong thing to press. Okay. There it is. Okay. It's these two. Okay. So Control X. Here, we'll find it out. Bind Control plus X. X. Okay. So it's under the set option, outline underscore picking true. Okay. Outline underscore picking is the key word for it. And let's see. In your opinion, foraging and botanizing can make in one skill, and other could be left for one of those replacements Buddha spoke about in the other stream of mine some time ago. Yes. Yeah. However, you are going to run into a problem of people being upset that, let's say they spent all this time leveling their foraging and botanizing both up to 99. Now you have two 99 level skills, and making that change will essentially combine them into one, making them now exactly half as easy to level up compared to before. And people are not going to be happy. I mean, if you took away somebody's level 90 skill, you're going to cause problems, I'm sure. So I'm sure they're thinking about that when they made the decision not to combine them into one. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is in the wiki, but it doesn't look like it is. Set option. Yeah, it's not there. Okay, so set option is like a command in the console. Set option, and there is a ton of options that you can set under the set option sort of function. I'm not sure where there's a list of all the things you can set using set option. Let's see. Set option. Let me see if it's in here at all. Okay. It's in the client release notes in 2007. For now, setting rendered options while inside the game is done in the console using the set option command. The currently supported options are reflections, trees, structure render distance, render glow, terrain bump, tile transitions, use tree models, GUI opacity, sensor chat, setting timestamps, GLSL. This is really old, you could tell. A lot of this stuff is replaced with newer things. Yeah. Underline picking. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's not underline, it's outline. Outline picking. I know. It's weird. This whole system is weird. It's like an old way of doing things, but luckily a lot of these things are moved into the actual settings and keybinds, but there's a few things that aren't. There is a set option called no world render. It's not in this. It's not in this. This is a client release note, so this isn't something related to set option. Console, maybe it's under the console. Yeah. It'll be here. Set option. Here it is. Okay. Set option with a string displays a list of options whose name matches the string. Right. Okay. So here's how you can look at it. So if you go, hold on, you go set option, and then just hit, set option. Let me just put S, for example. Okay. Here are all the options that have the letter S in them. So I don't know if I can make it give me a list of all the options. Where is it? Starting here. So all of these, you can set them using the console. And then you can also create a keybind that puts a console command in there. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm using a keybind to initiate one of these console commands. Look, even the mouse smoothing is in there. So all of the options, every option in the settings has the ability to be manipulated using the, what's it called, the console. And then that console, the console command even has more than those settings. I think there are things that aren't even in this setting option that you can set using the set option console command. And one of them is this one, where I can turn off the rendering of the world, and yet I'm still in the world doing the thing. So what I would use this for is on a really crappy computer, let's say on a laptop, and you want to run two characters. Well, one of them you can just have the 3D world not being rendered. And I found that in this mode, it's like for example, let's say I have my priest and I want my priest to pray, just over and over pray. Maybe it's for the praying journal entry. And so what I would do is I would use the select bar. I don't want to bring it up, but you know what I'm talking about, the select bar, that when you click on something, it selects it and you have all these buttons to press. So I would, like, before I would turn the rendering on, where is it? How do I turn it back on? Yeah. So I would, like, select the altar that I'm standing next to, so it would be in there and on the select bar. Here, I'll bring up the select bar so you know what I'm talking about. The select bar, this one. Right? So I have all the buttons. And so then I would no world render off. And then I would just interact with it using... Okay, so that roof is too close. And this way, my computer wouldn't lag. Okay, so that one can't be because there's, like, I've hit the ceiling. So let's do these ones. Or not the ceiling, but the floor above. What do you call it? The land. Last Buddha told that they can check how many people had that one skill. It was trebuchet. Oh yeah. Don't know really how many people really have foraging and botany both tonight. There's actually quite a few. So it wasn't trebuchet. It was ballista, and that's different, right? Because ballista, nobody used that. Like, there was literally nobody that used ballista. Whereas with foraging and botanizing, nearly every person will have above one foraging and botanizing, right? Nearly everybody. Whereas I think with ballista, there was like 3 people who got it above 50. And like 99.9% of the Wurm population has it at 1.00 because nobody's used a ballista before. But everybody's foraged and everybody's botanized. I'm sure of it. Almost anybody who's made it like a month into Wurm and they're like loving it, 100% chance their foraging and botanizing are both not 1.00. So that's the difference. Let's get rid of this select bar. You know, that select bar that was an addition to the game that I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure that this is sort of how it is. That if you were playing before the select bar got added in, I almost guarantee you're probably not using the select bar ever. But if you started playing after the select bar got added in, you're almost surely have the select bar open. Hey, Bloody Drongo, how's it going? Welcome on in. Yeah, we're back in the mine, getting this thing done. Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah. I had to cancel the stream last week because friends of mine wanted to take me out for my birthday. See, it was going to be a birthday stream, but got canceled. Yeah, it's coming along nicely. Yeah, I mean, it's coming along. It's slow. I didn't really do much on it since the last stream. So last time, like I've been logging in every day, and I've been putting a bit on my masonry skill each and every time. So now it's currently at 88. I've been engaging in the festive stuff. So I was playing around with that. I went over to that mine. There was a vein that popped that, a collapsed tile turned into a vein with 7,000 actions in it. So I'm like, okay. Started mining on that to get the festive stuff. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, and you're a very old Wurm player. You still right-click to do most of your actions. Exactly. I mean, definitely keybinds are something that we all use. But there were a bunch of additions to the game that were trying to make it more usable, user-friendly. Like the crafting window is one of them. It's hard to argue against the crafting window, though. The crafting window was a great addition. Because before the crafting window, if you wanted to like queue up 5-6 different actions, you have to do each and every one using a right-click menu click. And now one single button press and it queues up all 6 actions. That was huge. But the select bar didn't increase your efficiency at all. There was no benefit to the select bar, other than maybe making it a little bit more intuitive what you're doing. So it was, again, one of those additions that helps new players figure out all the different things that you can do simply by having a bar that has multiple icons, and each icon is another thing you can do. So you're just getting that information in an icon kind of way, whereas before you had to right click and you get the same information in a menu kind of way. So now it's a matter of like, would you rather look through menus with words, or would you rather look at icons with pictures? And some people like pictures, sure, but everybody who's at the time who had already figured out the menu system, there was no like added benefit to having the select bar. So most people at that time just continued the same way they've always been doing things in the past. Yeah, you use the select bar. So limited, when did you start playing Wurm? And the select bar was only useful for PvP, you found. Oh, interesting. I can see that. So like trying to target somebody as they're moving or riding or on a boat or something like that, and you're like trying to right click them and get the menu to get on them, I can see that all you now have to do is click them once, get them on the select bar, and you can use the select bar for everything else. Yeah. Macros, depends on what you mean by macros, young gun. It is very nice for archery, yes. Actually, that is one thing I did use it for, was just that initial archery bit where I was trying to get my body control up, where you can have the target and then you get the target on your select bar. Okay, yeah. I can see it used in a certain situations. The reason why it came up is because I was mentioning how I used it on a computer. Like I would have my no world render off, or no world render on. Yeah, no world render on when trying to load multiple clients on a computer that couldn't handle multiple clients. I would just have one of the clients like this. It would be my priest, for example, and they would have the altar selected on the select bar, so I could just keep praying using the select bar. Yeah. Okay, so 5,368 days ago, and you use the select bar. Interesting. Yeah. So there's certain like small niche situations in which I think the select bar is handy. Clear the area. But for the most part, I don't have the select bar open because I don't use it very, very, very often at all. For example, you've used imp, repair imp. Yes. Okay, so macros, when it comes to the allowed macros, I don't know if we want to call it that. We should have a different name for it. But like the things that Wurm allows you to use macros for, I do have things set up for imping mostly. So I have a Logitech keyboard that has the 5 G keys, and I'll use those 5 G keys to, like, the first one is activate the first thing on my hotbar, imp, and then repair. And the second one is activate the second thing on my hotbar, on my tool belt, then imp, then repair. So I have it like that. But aside from that, I don't usually use them. Is it even on by default for new players? You don't recall? Yes, it's on by default. Yeah, the select bar. And you try PvP on the Northern Isles and you quit it after some random guy just one-shotted me to get affinities. PvP isn't fun for me when people pick you off without giving you a fighting chance. Yeah. I mean, especially if all you want to do is create your place and gather the materials, and I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I'm not too much on the PvP side of things on Wurm. I did try playing on Chaos for a little bit. I was over there for maybe 6 months of active play. But then, yeah, I kind of felt like I wasn't really set up for it, right? Like, I was putting in all this effort. Can I not reach the ceiling there? Okay. I was putting in all this effort in building this place, and I kept getting the sense that it was just going to get destroyed. I don't know if it's still standing. I know that I was... So a friend of mine had asked me to join this kingdom. They were going to make a brand new player-made kingdom. It was Ebonora. And so I went over there just to see about it and play around a little bit. Yeah. It was fun. Like, we were mostly building a deed like a crazy, insane deed. Hey, validate, but it's Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Yeah, it's the holidays. So on Friday it was my birthday, and so a whole bunch of my friends just pulled me away. And then I was like, okay, I kind of want to stream sometime this week. I have vacation now, right? So I'm not working at the moment, so I have some time. But it's really hard to carve out time during vacation. Like the same thing happened over summer. You know, I was thinking, oh, I have all this time to myself. I have all this time off from work. But that always seems to translate to there being less time for me to stream or less time for me to do other things, because we're always so busy during the off time. So I was trying to figure out when am I going to stream exactly. So now is the day. Now is the time. You played on Epic for a few months, and that was fun because it was part of a group and I had a purpose. And yeah, I was going to deed a piece of land in Northern Isles, but I didn't want to go do all that work to build up a deed. Just have somebody with insane skills come and destroy it and take all the gold from my coffers. Freedom is so much more relaxing, fun, and rewarding. Exactly. I agree. That was Umbra, right? That was our main deed in Ebonora. Yes. You were a part of Ebonora as well? Probably long after I left. I was there for the very first 6 months of Ebonora. In fact, we were there for like a week or two before we even founded the kingdom. I wonder what would happen if I tried to flatten this one. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it might have been Umbra. I can't remember exactly. This happened right before Xanadu opened. So I was over on Chaos when Xanadu was launched. And probably for 3 months after it launched, I stayed on Chaos before Freedom started calling again. I was getting a little bit, I don't know what it was. It was the whole mindset of PvP, like what we were doing, why we were doing it was like a wholly different thing than you would do on Freedom. You know, the whole time we're afraid for our lives. Like we're afraid that we're going to get completely destroyed because we haven't quite caught set up yet. And the process of getting set up was like, well, anybody who's played on PvP servers knows what it takes to build a brand new kingdom from scratch. It was essentially a lot of digging and flat raising. I guess by that time leveling was in there, so there was a lot of leveling. And bringing the walls up. And we were following somebody else's advice. Like we had no idea what we were doing. Like literally 90% of us at the time had no PvP background. So there was a couple people who knew, kind of had ideas on what we should be doing. And then, of course, like the rival kingdoms are sowing seeds of discord in our kingdom by trying to convince everybody that our own leaders don't know what they're doing. So it became this mind game thing where like we're constantly like wondering, like, are the people who are leading us, like, do they know what they're doing? Are we all just going to be led to slaughter? Are we building this thing for nothing? Like the whole time, nobody had any answers to these questions, and it was creating just a dynamic that was not cohesive, and I was not really happy with the way things were moving. Constantly being worried that, you know, everything that we were working towards was going to get destroyed. That was not fun. I had made sure all of my valuable items were left on Freedom, so I didn't bring any of my Drake or any of my, you know, rare items. So I wasn't really worried about losing gear or anything like that. But it was more that all this effort spent, what was it for? Right? Like, what was it? What was I doing it for? I couldn't figure that. I couldn't get an answer to that question. And after a bunch of months of doing this, I decided this isn't fun anymore. So I came back to Freedom, where things were a lot more relaxed and fun. Yeah, not too long after, he was in the group when we made Fort Freedom, but wasn't overly active. Okay. Chef Pee Wee was probably still there. And was Maurizio still the leader? Because the guy who convinced me to come over, the one who, I think his name was Portoro or something like that. And yeah, Maurizio, Catego, Chef Pee Wee, yeah. So Portoro was like the original, like he had the whole idea for it all. And Maurizio came over after. And he started like calling the shots, because he did have some PvP background of some kind. Chef Pee Wee came with me. So Chef Pee Wee and Kaneka and myself all came from Autumn Twilight, like my deed. And so Chef Pee Wee decided to stay when I left. I had asked him if he, like, I'm like told him I'm going, I'm going back to Freedom. If you want to come, you can come. If you want to stay, you can stay. And he decided to stay. So Chef Pee Wee was a friend of mine from a long time ago. Hold on. Let me just see if this one is flat. How level can I get this one? And I'm gonna have to mine this up as much as I possibly can. Yeah, that basically did happen. You logged back in one day and the deed had been transferred to MR. Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how to fix PvP. I know people love the PvP of Wurm. Just for me, it's not. Like, there was that thread recently. Let's see if I can pull up that thread. Whoops, no. There was this thread somebody had put on Town Square, and I could probably say a ton about the answer to this question. But PvE friends, what stops you from playing PvP? And I've heard all of the arguments for why PvP is good. I've heard all of them. But I could tell you 101 reasons why people who play on PvE, who love Wurm on PvE, will never like PvP. Like, I can say 99% of players who are currently playing PvE, who have never tried PvP on Wurm, will not prefer PvP, especially the way it is now, but even before. Like, it's like the reason to PvP in Wurm is a completely different reason than why you would want to PvE. Wait, what was I doing? This was flat. Can I level this? Yeah. Okay, so there's some of my max skill here. What was that? Okay, so this is as high as it will go. Can I flatten this one? Level this one? Any good ideas are brought up by the PvP community? Yeah, totally. But a lot of them are geared towards PvPing. Obviously, for obvious reasons. I almost feel like I'm going to have a flat bridge here. It's like the ground is like this is where the ground is, right? So there's not much I could do about that. This tile is this tile, right? So another idea had crossed my mind, and that was to make this tile over here the mine opening. This one. And all I would need to do that is to clear all this dirt, bring down this tile here to be flat with this one, probably level that off there, or I have a feeling it would probably just level off on its own, and then open that tile there. Collapse all of this, everything that's here, and then reopen that tile and make it one more over. The benefit of that is then I could use this tile. This tile here could be part of the mine. Move this all over one. Are you kidding me? Did the mine opening collapse again? Again, it collapsed. And this tile collapsed. What the heck? Okay. You know what? I'm going to mine this one up. Yeah, PvP, it just isn't for everyone. Some people like high stakes, some people don't. I think it's a pointless battle to try to make it an appeal to more people. There's ways to improve it, but there's ways to improve it, sure, but it should be done to appeal to the existing demographic and not in the vain hope that you'll convince people that it's fun when it's the opposition to their playstyle. Yes, I agree with this. Yeah. There are definitely individuals who love that high stakes kind of gameplay. There are games out there that are designed specifically for that gameplay in mind, like games like Rust, and I picked up another game recently that is in the same vein called Scum. It's designed specifically to be the type of game where you're gathering resources. It's like a crafting, survival, sandbox, open world style game, but with the expressed point, like the whole center of the whole game is centered around taking other people's stuff. Just go and raid other people's bases and try to take all their stuff. You watch these like crazy skilled players and they come into a fresh new server, or a server, not a fresh new server, but a server where people are established, and they'll just come in and take all their stuff, and now they are at that stage. The problem I have with it is that the people who end up doing those sorts of things, they'll do it to, like, they're the ones doing it to me. I'm not the one doing it to them, right? Because my mindset is not in the mindset of I'm going to go and take that person's stuff, right? So like there's going to be a whole bunch of people. Are you kidding me? How come this is not? Oh, maybe because I can't mine up. I actually have to mine forward here. Yeah. So you like the idea of factions. You're a huge supporter of the HOTS, Hordes of the Summon, but once you get into it and you meet the toxicity of the PvP pros, that knocks the desire of playing PvP right out of me. Yeah. You like the idea behind the home servers of Epic, where you can have mostly safe regions for players to have a more PvE experience while still being able to directly contribute to PvE. So there's a game coming out soon. The game is called Axe Day, and it's trying to drive that balance, like trying to hit that sweet spot of You have a PvP area that is designed specifically for PvE players. It has all the things that PvE players would want. And then you have PvP areas that are designed specifically for that, for fighting other players in kingdom warfare and all that. And they're going to be inextricably linked to one another, where both sides require the other side in order to progress. Rolf's original version of Wurm was for it to be a full PvP open sandbox game. Nearly killed the game when he did it, but that was always the intention for Wurm. Yeah, I have heard that. I have heard that Rolf's vision was, Kingdom Warfare kind of game. Yeah. Oh, you hate Rust? You do all the gathering, all that building, all that work, only to have people come along, kill you, take your stuff, then mock you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing about Rust is that you have to go in with the mindset that you're not creating something for keeps. You're creating stuff as a foothold to lead you to, I mean, you are playing for keeps, but like it's like the purpose of building things is to establish yourself as somebody who's going to take. Yeah, you have to go in with that mindset of everything I'm making is with the express purpose of trying to take other people's stuff. Most people don't. I don't know for sure, but I'm feeling like most people don't go into playing a video game with that in their mind as what they want to be doing, is taking other people's stuff. Like, we'll let the other person play the game. We'll wait right over here. We'll watch them as they're playing the game, doing all the things the game mechanics allow them to. And then right when the moment's right, we're going to take all their stuff, and that way all that work that they did is now going to be mine. Like, you have to go into that, like, with that mindset. Otherwise, you're going to be very disappointed. And there are definitely people who love that style of gameplay. There are lots of people who love that style of gameplay. They're just going to play different games, I think, than Wurm. Yeah, that system was actually applied to the main game with MR home server and JK home server, which when Rolf reverted the change, because like 60% of the PvE player base quit, that was when those servers got taken down and replaced by indie. Okay. That's when he made the whole world PvP. Was that? And all the PvE people were like, no thanks. Yeah, when I do play Epic, I normally stay Affliction. One thing I'll say is that as long as I stay there, I can play and not have to deal with being attacked, right? Yeah. I wish there was a middle ground. Like, I wish there was like something that allowed PvE players to play a game that had all this stuff. Like, I mean, I guess they kind of tried to bring Libella into Freedom. They kind of did it. I don't know. It's not perfect. I'm actually really curious to know what the game will do if I try to make this a 2-wide tunnel with this one open here too. So anybody who's done this before, opened up a 2-wide tunnel, I'm not sure how to do it, but like, is it gonna flatten this? Will it flatten this tile border? And same with the top one, or do I need them to be flat first, or? Yeah. And a similar situation is found on Foxhole, complete logistics system that is mostly PvE in some home regions. Those logistics players create all the weapons, gears, resources required on the front lines in the persistent war. Okay, that's interesting. Foxhole. Darkfall was your one and only PvP game. You loved the PvE of it, The PvP as groups and raids was awesome. Boats loaded players and castle raids. Took 3 wins to take over the castle and rebuild it. I didn't last long though. It's back now, but not the same to me. I don't like the full loot thing. Right. You would play that. I still think that the Blacklighters in Freedom should be able to spawn mycelium on their deeds. Yeah. Yeah. I agree too. I don't know what the reason why they didn't try to integrate mycelium. Okay, you have to flatten first, if you recall. Yeah. Realistically, Epic's original version and challenge after that short-term PvP setting that was regularly reset and is just for fun stops people from getting overinvested and allows people to low stakes try out other playstyles. It's just a shame that the idea was never followed through on. I agree. I tried challenge. I enjoyed it during the time that it was there. Yeah, but it is what it is. Okay, so validate, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. So let me just see about this. I'm curious to know if I can open up that second tile there. Now, is it just the bot? I'm guessing just the bottom needs to be. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it is. Okay, so just this corner here. I'm curious. Okay, actually, no. Not curious enough. I'm just going to mine here. You'll be down for trying some transient PvP? Yeah, totally. I mean, challenge was great. It was fast-paced, short timers, fast skilling. So fresh new server, everything is like you're leveling up real fast. You're getting to that 50 level gear, 70 level gear within like a couple days, you know, like not even. Your whole like group is fully geared in a day or two. Yeah, I'm trying to make a boat canal, exactly. And it was supposed to be like a temporary server that would end. There were winners and losers. There were prizes to be brought back to freedom. And then it was supposed to start up again. And the problem is it never did. It just stayed down. Yeah, it was a good laugh, yeah. It was fun. Like, I mean, it was fun for those who were not PvP experienced to jump in and play some PvP. It was fun. But what made it fun was that you weren't fully invested in it, right? Like, you weren't making something that took months to make, only to have it completely destroyed. You were making stuff that just took like a short time to make, like very, very low investment. And so if you lost it, you lost it, you know? The thing about Wurm is that it's a really high investment game, you know? Like, you have to put in a lot of time and effort into making the things that you're making. And then to lose it all would be devastating, to say the least. I wonder if I come here and just like, no, I cannot flatten borders. More so what I would be down for though is another jackal. Jackal was like a temporary PvE server. Similar idea. Supposed to be temporary, supposed to be quick, fast-paced, with interesting different goals. Like the whole place was like shrouded or something. And in order to build anything, you had to clear the, I don't even remember, was it shroud? I can't remember what it was called, but you had to clear the cursed area or whatever. Then you can build, and then it had some end objective where everybody's working together to meet that objective. Then it ends, and it was supposed to restart, but it never did again. Jackal will breathe back into the game, breathe life back into the game again for a lot of people, and there's also ways that you can integrate PvP aspects to it as well, like a PvP zone on the server or something. Yeah, totally. I do think that it would breathe life back into the game for a lot of people. Like, it would give people something to do, something to work towards, and then when it was all done, like, it could potentially get a bunch of those same people back into the actual game. Especially if there was promise of another Jackal server opening in like a month, you know. If this one closed, but in 1 month or 2 months time, another one's going to open, so people will be like gearing up for the next time. You never got to experience Jackal? I want to jump in, but never had time. Yeah, me too. I didn't experience Jackal. I only heard about it. It was just at the wrong time. Just at the wrong time. Jackal was far from perfect, but the concept was great and deserved iteration and improvement to refine the experience. Yeah. I wonder if that's something that they're thinking about. If that's on the list of potential futures. Is it possible that Jackal might come back? Because if so, I agree. I think that it would entice people to get back into the game. Still waiting for North and South to merge. This will allow North to get to Epic easily, plus PvP Island may raid each other. Maybe. I'm less hopeful for that, but also I'm it's not that I'm less hopeful for that, it's that I'm less sure that would make a dent in the people that, you know, it might for some people and the people are the people who had played on the old servers, established themselves, and then also started playing on the new servers and also established themselves. Those people would benefit from a merge between North and South. I don't think anybody else will benefit. Yeah. So, I mean, granted, I do fall into that category where I can see the benefit I would get. It would benefit me if they did merge North and South. I do have a ton of stuff on South that I would love to bring to North. But I also understand that I'm in the minority there. And it's definitely not a priority. It's not going to draw people back to the game. Not nearly as much as a Jackal server would. Okay, what happened over here? That's clearly at rock. So what's happening here? Oh. The water's too deep. Even right here on this corner, the water is too deep to dig. That's weird to me. So to dig this corner, I would need to bring a boat over. Is that right? And dredge it. Okay, that's for another day. Let's open this thing up now. Let me get some stamina back. Yeah, I do have a dredge. I just have to go get it. You'd love it if it was, but if they're keeping it very hush hush. Yeah, well, if it was like the plan to do a Jackal, yeah. You also want to get into a Rift event, but part of my worries is that while your skills might be good enough for it, that I would end up frustrating the experienced players by my inexperience. I don't like you're just talking about rifts in general. I don't think that would be the case, Pyoko. I don't think that would be the case at all. With rifts, more people is better no matter what. No matter how inexperienced the extra person is, it's always better to have an extra person than to not. And I can't see any way in which you would get in the way as long as you didn't Leroy Jenkins the whole thing, which I'm sure you wouldn't. Yeah, like unless you're like pulling the whole rift onto the fighters. Like if you just sort of fought the things that other people were fighting, yeah, I think you'd be just fine. Yeah, there isn't a lot of disruption you could cause at a rift, though, through inexperience. Just whack the critters and don't die. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as I said, the only thing you could do that might mess up everything is if you took your horse, ran into the massive group of mobs that are standing at the altar, and then ran back to the... Yeah, that would be the only thing you could possibly do that mess everything up. But aside from that, as long as you're staying with everybody, and then any time that things were being fought, you fought those things, it's literally impossible to mess it up. Yeah, and totally, you should try it. They are fun. This was our very first rowboat. We called it the Factional Fight Corbita because it was like a day one boat. Okay, I'm also wondering, will this corner here raise to be flat? I'm thinking it will. And that would be nice if it did. At least you're not shaking it. Yeah, build that new canoe and dredge. Yeah, but the canoe can't barely hold any of the dirt. Yeah, factional fight was near your old alliance. What was your old alliance? Because most likely it was my deed. Yep. I'm in that alliance still, over there, and that factional fight deed, that's my deed. Oh, and Validate, you're still there too? Yeah, Validate joined that deed too, or that alliance as well. And every time I log in on my tune on SFI, I always get caught up in a conversation with the alliance over there. Such a friendly group. They're, they're like the ideal alliance. They have, the support structure for new players is perfectly set up there. New players have free reign on lots of things. It's like open. They have a massive area that's designed specifically for new players and building their stuff. And there's always activity. There's still, like, every time I log back in on that character, there's always like 12 tunes on. At least. One of the last things I did when we were working on that alliance was, when I was in that alliance, was working on that that canal. They literally decided, like, how Xanadu is pretty tall, like it comes off the water and it has pretty deep. It's not as deep as Indy, but it's deeper than most of the other servers. And they just said, there's a small lake inland. Here, let me just show you where the lake is. Freedom, Xanadu. That lake right there. So there's a lake right there. And they're like, you know what? We're just going to carve a canal, not a boat tunnel. We're not talking a boat tunnel. We're talking like we're gonna dig the whole ground down into the water to connect that lake over to here, just straight across. Yeah, that's what we were working on at that time. Maybe it wasn't that lake. Hold on, I have to look at the map dump. I'm curious now to see this. How do I quickly find the map dumps? Oh yeah, of course. I'll just look at the Xanadu community map. Yeah, so like this area, pretty built up, and that's the whole village area. Yeah. So there was this small little lake, like in this little spot here. What was it actually? They didn't connect all the way to here. It was that there was a boat tunnel that went to this little. There was a little lake here, and there's a little lake here, and they decided they're gonna just like cut this whole land apart and dig really. And that's like a probably like 400 deep rock, like 400 deep or 500 deep rock, and then the dirt was another 100. So they had to dig it all down to the rock, and then they had to surface mine this whole canal. Yeah, there's a tunnel under. Yeah. So there's a tunnel under to the west of my deed. I think it's underneath, south of my deed, isn't it? Doesn't it come out this way? Out to this little spot? I think there's a tunnel. Yeah, south. Yeah. Yeah, they wanted the two lakes to connect. That's what it was. There was two lakes here, two small lakes, and it's like it's a good like 80 tiles or something like that long of a canal. But what was amazing about it was how deep it was. It's like insanely deep. Yeah. So factional fight village, that's my place on freedom right now. It's like that deed and the labyrinth are the only two deeds I have left on Southern Freedom. Okay, so what am I doing here? Still mining this thing out. So Holtberg is you. Okay, right. So we have an alliance per server, but I'd like another type alliance for cross server chat and deep permissions, etc. Mainly for chat, but it would help if it could be like a kingdom alliance, but just PvP servers. Okay. I'm curious to know that there must be some limitation to having alliances that are cross server. I have a feeling there's like a limitation in the actual game itself. And your little alliance is in the southern portion of Xanadu. You've been up to Puzzle Labyrinth, claimed the Puzzle King's Orb, and I went, and I want to come back. Yeah. Okay, so in the little southern portion of island, is it on the this island down here, or is it somewhere in the middle? Yeah, nothing crosses, only GL Freedom Chat. Yeah. So I think this is called New. No, what was this called? New Spring. That's it. New Spring Island. And I remember when Xanadu opened, there was a humongous group who came to New Spring and populated it. In the middle, look for Relto. It's not probably over there. R21. Hold on. Where's the grid? Okay. Right in here. Okay. Oh, on in-game? Okay. But there's Relto, anyway. Okay. Oh, okay, it opened. And it flattened. It looks like it flattened anyway. Yeah. How is this 6 slope up? That makes no sense. What happens if I put mine doors on this? Does that flatten it? Oh, it makes no sense. Oh, okay. I need to get some stamina here. And I did bring a little bit of food, so I should probably eat as well. Probably because alliances are dictated citizenships to deeds, and they'd likely have to design a system to cross-network multiple citizenship statuses for different servers. No idea how hard that would be, because server kingdom chats exist, but that's easier as far as you know. Because it's only tracking your kingdom status. Right, right. Yeah, like I think it has to do with the fact that you can be a member of a deed here on this server and then a member of a different deed on a different server. Let's suppose that second deed you have on the other server is part of one alliance, and the one you have on this server is also part of a different alliance. Now what? Right? Like you can see, like it's gonna get. Yeah, you can have a deed on every cluster, and if those are all parts of different alliances, how are you going to manage? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's probably the limitation that they're facing with that. Okay. Right. So I see. I wanted this side here. I wanted this row to also be. So it would be like one to the left and yeah, I don't know. I don't need it, but it would be nice. It would look nicer if I'm coming in. I'm not banked by this wall right on the side here. And then there's going to be a bridge that goes across here, so this is going to keep going straight. But before I bring this all down, I want to make sure that I have it all right. I'm also wanting to bring this ceiling up, and I think the only way I'm going to be able to do that now is using scaffolds. Okay, well let's get everything to as high as I possibly can for now. Let's do that. To be fair, I think out-of-game platforms like Discord are better for keeping in touch with communities for stuff like that anyway. Yeah, I agree too. I mean, it would be nice if there was an in-game system that you can keep, but yeah, Discord servers are definitely designed specifically for that sort of stuff. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. Yeah, and you agree too, Kyoko? Yeah. Well, I'm getting a decent haul of these like festive stuff, festive items. That's why a different type chat like Kingdom Freedom, but add more alliances. EVE Online has something you can't recall, but many corps would join up in a war fleet chat system so the leaders could chat to each other and then relay to the rest of the groups. You'd like Wurm to allow it. It would be cool if Wurm put Discord server chat in-game window somehow. Yeah, I can see for in a game where like I think that in PvP in Wurm they've already sort of figured that out where you do have cross, like you have a chat that the kingdom has and that goes across the deed. So you know how in most games you'll have guilds, and then if you needed to you would have like a way for guilds to communicate with each other. But in Wurm you have deeds, and you have systems where you can get deeds to communicate with each other as well. And I know that's not exactly what you're wanting, because Wurm does have this layered in already. You want something on top of all that that allows alliances to communicate with each other, or somehow group up so one alliance on one server can be sort of connected to an alliance on another server. I'm sure that they could probably figure out a way to sort of connect this all. You would just need another system on top of alliances, let's say kingdoms, where a kingdom is a collection of alliances, and those could be cross-server. I don't know. You have to go to bed. We'll enjoy the rest of the VoD. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome, Limited. And thanks for coming to hang out. Yeah, you have a great rest of your night, and hope to see you next time. I might be able to pull off a daytime stream sometime before the break ends. I can't guarantee it, though, but we'll see how things go. There may be a chance that I can stream in my morning, which would be Europe's afternoon, I guess. Yeah, multi-alliance group chat. Yeah. Sounds like you're asking for IRC integration, almost, which does not exist in game still, I think. Well, which does exist in game. Yeah, it does exist. I think what he's asking for is a voice version of IRC. And thanks for that sub, Swear Bro too. welcome, and thanks for the sub. Yeah, daytime stream would be super. Until then, all right, you have a good one. And yeah, see you next time. I'll try. We'll see how it goes for the daytime one. It's definitely not something I can pull off very often, but I do have a couple weeks off. Granted, they're going to be a busy couple weeks. Look at that. I got two of these strange metal objects in a row there. And an emerald. Okay. That was a quick succession of goodies there. Yeah, IRC chat still exists, console IRC, and then you can create your own in-game channel. Yeah. Yeah, IRC, definitely you can use that for cross-server chatting. It wasn't perfect though. Like I always felt like it was a little bit wonky sometimes. It was functional, but had some weird things to it. Yeah, real OG remembers the brief time that Wurm added in-game voice. Yeah. It went as awfully as you can imagine. I actually don't know the exact details as to why they removed it, but I do remember that they added this in-game voice. And hey, Reganation, welcome on in. And it was like proximity chat too. Holy, he's back. I am back. Yeah, I saw you in CA Help. Was it yesterday or this morning? I can't remember. It was recently. I had said a couple things in CA Help. And yeah, you had answered me. Yeah, you saw me there. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what it was, though. I can't remember now. Wondering if it was something related to the new stuff that they added. Oh yeah. It was I was no. Never mind. It wasn't that. I had thought it might have been the something related to the Spirit Templars and whether or not that was actually working now. I still want to know, is the Spirit Templars working? Like, has anybody checked it and verified that the Spirit Templars are now preventing nodes from spawning on Deed? And you would love to see Wurm get EverQuest 2 face cam. We can make expressions on our webcam and then put it on our in-game faces. It was a cute idea, but who stands that close to each other to see it? Right. And hey, Dizzy Lurker, on PvP you had people making throwaway accounts to run around a local playing inappropriate or offensive content. It got pretty awful pretty quick, and it was nearly impossible for them to track or moderate, so they just removed it again. Yeah, and it seems to be working for you? Okay, that's good to know. And EverQuest 1 had pizza first, did they? I don't recall. And digging clay, tar, or peat. Maybe that's what I was asking. Yeah. I did ask about the clay, tar, and peat, whether or not that was working. And the response was, it is not. It is not intended to work that way. Okay. So I do want these tiles here to be raised as high as I can, and possibly these ones as well. And those ones aren't flat. So the only way... Yeah. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. None of these are flat too. Right. And right now I'm stuck in a situation where my character is walking to the side without me touching anything. Like and that was probably due to me doing that. What did okay. Somehow that fixed it. It would not surprise you, yeah. And it didn't work for us Canadians / pizza. It would open up the Pizza Hut US version. And you think WoW's / pizza command opened up Papa John's, but my memory might be off. I'm forgetting that. I have no memory of that. All right. Too many decisions to make here. Okay, so I'm wondering if I even have enough wood or planks. I just made a whole bunch of crates. Yeah, you know what? Let's use up the rest of our planks here, and let's make some what do you call it? Scaffolds. I'm gonna also pick up all the rock. Just want to make sure that it is not the good stuff. Otherwise, I would just dump it. So all the crappy rocks. Okay. Like in order for it to be worthy to pick up, it needs to be 95 or something like that. $92. Okay, actually, all this 90, 92 stuff I can put in with that to replenish the one I was using to do masonry. Is that all the rock shards in here? Down at the bottom? The rest are up on the ramp? Okay. Anything in here? Oh. There's some 96. I'll go into this one. Let's put the 96 together and the 90. Rest of them go in here. I'm wondering if I can get the ones that are down at the bottom there. With the billions of microtransactions slammed in so many games now, I'm surprised that pizza slash other store commands are not in games and advertise for a cut to the game. Before I do this, if I can do this, it's here. Anything in here worthwhile? Nope. Okay. Boy, I wish I could pull back the cover of the wagon. Put these back to here. Yeah, you bought one of the no cover skin wagon? Yeah. Yep. I know a lot of people bought them and love them. One of these has some 90 quality shards. I'm just gonna clump these in here. And one of these over here has, nope. Oh, it's down here. I could be wrong. Hold on, there it is. Okay. And these things are weighing me down, so I'm just gonna start putting them in here. What did I do with that backpack? Is it these? Yeah. Okay. We'll see how many fit in the backpack. Not many. The backpack can only hold 15 of these things. Interesting. You're gonna head out, have a wonderful stream. All right, Kayoko, you have a great rest of your night. It was nice seeing you. And yeah, hope to see you next time. Okay. So what I need for this is planks. I do not have many planks. Let's just grab all the maple and the pine. And I'm also going to need some nails. Oh. Let's put those in with the maple. I'm going to just bring 100 nails. Anything else I need? I don't think so. I think that's it, right? Just planks and nails. Whoa. Okay. Something happened. Got caught in the corner. Glitched out. All right. So I have this feeling. I have to make. How do I do this again? Do I have to reinforce the floors? Is that the only way to build a building in the cave is to reinforce the floors? Yeah, I think I need to reinforce the floors. Okay, so reinforcements. What are they called? They're not called reinforcements. What are they called? Supports. Called supports. Support beams. That's what they're called. Oh. Oh, they're awful. Okay. I only need 3, so let's just make the 3, I think. Yeah, supports, yeah. And don't cast strong wall on the floor tile. You forgot a couple years ago. Oops. Okay, go support beam. Okay. But why not? What does strong wall? What does? Oh yeah, strong wall on a tile. It's gonna collapse the tile, of course. Oh look, I got 2 support beams here. Okay, so I really only need 1 more. Okay, so let's make the 1 more. They need shafts. They'll need 4 of those. They need a ribbon. 2 ribbons. And log. Let's just grab. How many logs is it? It needs 2. And it's log on shaft. Support beam. And I'll probably need a space to create it. Yeah, and it collapses an iron vein. What? Strongwall never collapses an iron vein. Can't possibly have happened that way. Is it possible? Is it possible for that to happen? You use strongwall to collapse a tile and it creates an iron vein? That would be if that's a if that's a possibility. Natural collapse is sure, but strongwall I've never seen 1,000 of casts. Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah. No, I have seen iron veins collapse in the most horrific places before. Like I think it was Serene. She had just finished, like she was just in that process of starting to support this insanely long tunnel that went through a massive mountain on the other side of the bay over here. Like, it went from this green pip here, this Whispering Shadows, all the way across into the desert. Just finished it, and then right in the middle, I think it was a zinc vein with like 8,000. Yeah, it was like an insane amount needed to be pulled out of there. What? Get in there. Okay. Don't get in there. Go into there. Okay, and then the other two. Ah, I think I only needed 3. You thought so? It was long ago, early Delhi years. Yeah, long ago. I had I was enchanting grass. On Autumn Twilight, I was enchanting grass, and this one tile had, you know, when a tree starts sprouting, you can't even see it. It's like this tiny little sprout hidden in the grass. So I enchanted that tile, and it turned into an enchanted tree. And back then, enchanted trees were indestructible. The only way to destroy an enchanted tree was to do something similar, as a reinforced cave wall, and it was like to cast ice pillar on it, like over and over and over, like hundreds of times. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm enchanting grass for a friend. I think it was on Autumn Twilight, and it was for one of the villagers. They wanted enchanted grass in their tile area. It was just like, now I have an enchanted tree, and I'm like spending the rest of the afternoon getting rid of it with my priest using, I think it was ice pillar was what got rid of an enchanted tree. Can I carry 3 support beams? Okay, so it's this one, 2, and that one, 3. Yeah. Okay, so that's reinforced. Okay. So now it will let me plant a building. Oh, okay. So now we got to figure out what is the minimum that this building can be that I'll be able to get up to a second floor. Let me just see if I have some. I have a pouch in here somewhere. Yeah. Okay, let's just carry like as many nails as I can. Okay, I don't even need 85 nails. Let's just put some back, and then now we can grab a whole bunch of planks. Let's see. So can I build one wall? Can I build? No. What do I do here? I think I got to put my hammer. It's been so long. uh I guess it's my hammer, right? How does my hammer compare to my mallet? Oh yeah, I guess they're comparable ish, except for, okay. And then we're gonna go wooden wall, just wooden wall. There we go. We got a worm newt here. I know it's been so long since I built a building, as you can tell. Yeah, you recall that same thing with a small sprout. You recall in your Delhi deed having 50 enchanted grass. All the animals were good. You left the game a few weeks, came back, and almost all dead, and most of the enchanted grass gone. They updated the game for what was said a small chance of enchanted grass disappearing, but the game glitched and a ton of us lost the grass. I was not happy. You lost your first 2 5-speed horses and many 3-speed horses, 3 and 4-speed. And hey, Cedars, and what do we owe this pleasure? It is sort of making up for missing Friday's stream. So Friday was my birthday, and I went out with some friends. Went over to some friends' place, and we hung out. So yeah, I had to cancel the stream. So I was like, when am I gonna stream next? Got to try to squeeze in a stream. I'm on vacation now, so that means there's some free time there. The plan ladder. You need to finish the outer walls on the first floor before adding floors to the roof of the structure. So there's no way to cheese this. I'm going to have to build the whole structure on the first floor. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, it's another year down. and validate, I do remember that change that they made, and there was a bug with it on that very first day of it being launched, and it killed everybody's enchanted grass. I remember that. That was devastating. Oh, today's your birthday. Nice. Happy birthday to you too. Yeah, every floor after only need one finished wall. Right. Yes. Okay, I'm just calculating here how many planks I'm going to need now. So that's 7 more. So this is 8 in total. I need 140 for just this. Oh, this is going to be cutting it close. Okay, I guess we're going to have to do it. This is a lot of wood, a lot of planks. I'm just going to end up destroying it in the end. I mean, at the very least, like, I'm lucky that my crafting time for this is this quick. Like 2.7 second action timers for building walls. Can't complain about that. I just can't. It's like the wall goes in so quick. I suppose I'm going to need a door on one of these, aren't I? Maybe I should just make them arches or something. Like, this is like literally only going to be temporary. I'll make the rest of them arches. Am I going to run into a problem if I make them arches? I know that that will limit bridges, but I'm not going to connect a bridge to this. I think arches should work, right? Arches should be fine? Okay, yeah. I think I'll make the rest of them arches from here. Arch. Yeah, see, this is where me grinding my carpentry is coming in handy. I on my old tune, I never pushed my carpentry. I think his carpentry was like 75, and that was not grinded at all. That was literally just from essentially doing what we're doing here, building randomly. I don't think I imped a carpentry item at all. But on this tune, I was like committed to getting carpentry. And what's that? I can't even tell. That was something that it's not telling me what it was. Why aren't you telling me what it was? Oh, it were a tip. Oh, thanks to the tip giver. Hold on. I have to go somewhere else to see that. Let me see if I can see what that is. Hold on. But thank you so much for that. That's greatly appreciated. I wish it would just show in OBS though. You know what? I did get an alert on my. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. That was a $20 dono from. I wonder if it said. I don't know if I should say. Because it's like the person's real name. But thank you so much. I don't recognize this name. Nor can I relate it back. I wish there was a better way of doing this. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Does Brian show any interest in coming back to Wurm? See, Brian's a hard nut to crack. And it's very possible he's in the chat right now. I don't know. He could very well be back there, lurking away. Whoops, what did I do there? I don't think he has overtly expressed any interest in coming back to Wurm. But I'm sure that it comes to mind. Yeah, it's because it's like a PayPal. It works through PayPal, right? So I see their PayPal account. Yeah. So I do apologize that I'm not able to fully thank you for that donation, but thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. And I wish that when that alert came up, it would show here in the activity feed. You know what? There is one other place I can look. Hold on. Let's go here. I need to log in here. And then I can look. Oh, Cedars, it was you. Thank you. Now I can see it properly. Maybe enough for a coffee after the conversion, but still happy birthday. Ah, oh, thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to say like because over here, like I don't even know what it was like. How I think it because of the it goes through PayPal. And Brian been playing on Vanguard private server? No. Brian's not been really playing any games lately. Yeah, at all, almost. I got him to try Embers Adrift with me, and that was fun for a little bit. Yeah, we played Embers Adrift probably a handful of times, like not enough to get that far into it, but we got probably to like level, I want to say 12 or something like that. Beat the first dungeon a few times, got to the second zone, but we didn't really get that far before he was like, yeah. Kind of happy it didn't pop up showing your name. Yeah, I know. I totally was like, that's why I hesitated. I knew like it wouldn't make sense that the only information I have is the PayPal information. I actually don't know if it should even be showing that. And I'm wondering now, when I send PayPal to other people, they probably also see my name too. It's interesting. Yeah, so Brian got a job a few years back, and he's working for a company that develops a software called Launchbox. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's a front end software for arcade systems. So, all those people who are building arcade systems, this is like one of the best softwares for making your arcade system look sleek and selecting all the games and that sort of stuff and organizing it in the back end and giving you a front facing interface. And it's going really well. Let's just say he's landed his dream job. Like, it's like, compared to his previous job, this is his dream job. He gets to work from home. He's leading the project, basically. Like, he's project manager for the whole thing. There is the owner of the company who owns the whole thing, but Brian is essentially the one who's hiring people and making this executive decisions and coordinating the whole development of the whole thing. And he got into that because it was a hobby of his, like creating these arcade systems. And he spent a lot of time just in his own spare time creating themes for them, like just making the arcade look a certain way. So like when you're scanning through your Super Nintendo games, it like shows all the like information for each game. It has a little clip of the game being played. It has all the, like, he was creating that for the community, that and apparently he became pretty well known for his creations, that people would prefer his theme over the default theme. And he would just like create themes, and he became really well known. He even ran streams where he would just show people his creation process of themes. And that kind of got the person who owned that company sort of learned about Brian through that. And the moment that there was an opportunity for him to hire somebody, he hired Brian. Yeah, Wurm taught him a lot. Yeah. Yeah. So then when does he get to retire and come back to Wurm? I guess when his kid is 12 to 14 and can play Wurm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. If I had to guess, it probably, in order for him to get enticed back to Wurm, something big would have to happen with Wurm. You need planks and small nails. I need small nails. Did I not bring any small nails? I think I only brought large nails, so I do have to go back up for those. Okay, Cedars, thanks for letting me know. I'll check that out in just a sec. Yeah, and Wurm taught him a lot. I mean, I'm sure that he brought all the skills that Wurm has taught him to, that doing all this stuff. Like, he would always say, like, the fact that we were streaming, the streaming gave him skills that allowed him to land jobs that he wouldn't have otherwise felt like he would be able to land. Just being confident in an interview, for example, was something that he would even say that was something that he developed by streaming. He brought logic to that company. Oh, rivers flowing downhill from a mountain? Well, I mean, if we're talking about all of the things that we have wish listed on Wurm all over the years, I think what he's brought to the table was like his knowledge of how community influences development. Like, Wurm gave us this insight into how community influences development. And boy, does it influence development. Wait, what did I do? I put them in here. And one of his first, like one of his primary jobs is being that person. He does that public relations bit. It's a very small company, right? So there's not that many people. I think when he got hired, he was the third person in the company. So it was very small. So the role that he takes on in that scenario is like whatever needs to get done, which included all of the community relations. So he took over that whole aspect of it. And then obviously all the planning of the whole software. He did all the, you know, when a company's building software, they have a Trello board and all of the things that need to get done, planning of it all. Okay, what am I doing here? Do I have any nails in here? Yes. I'm just gonna put the small nails back in here. I think I should be okay to just mine here now for a little bit. And I'll be impressed if I can get one more floor out of this. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hit the ceiling pretty quick here. Yeah. Then the wish list with Deed Workers reward system. I recall having like 5 Deed characters with 70 wood cutting. Everyone on Deed gets bonus quality when cutting on Deed, or a Sawmill's AFK idea. I think he had it or I did many hundreds of videos ago, and hundreds of like feature requests ago. I don't know if I know for sure I would never have suggested an automated like windmill, let's say, or automated plank cutter, for example. I don't think that has a place in Wurm. I think the ideas here, I'll list the ideas that both Brian and I were like extremely passionate about, that we both felt were like the ideas that need to go into Wurm right away. One of Brian's, and this one I would put on the top of my list as well, but this is Brian's idea, was called the item enhancement system. The problem is that in the stream that we devoted to discussing the item enhancement system in its full entirety, that was the same stream that, see, Brian had lost a bet, and the consequence of that bet was that he had to have a female Snapchat filter on for the whole stream. Do you remember back when we were using Snapchat filters? You think you recall that filter? So he had to put on a female Snapchat filter the whole stream, and he kept saying like, nobody's gonna take this idea seriously. We're talking about this idea that we feel super passionately about, but it's going to be completely overshadowed by the fact that he has a female Snapchat filter. Here, let me see if I can find a picture of it. He's going to be so embarrassed if he's here. We'll show it anyway. It'll be pretty easy to find it. Let's see. So the reason why he lost, like the bet was, we that chessboard that we had built out there. We played a game of chess, and yeah, it was the loser had to spend the entire next stream with a female Snapchat filter. Here it is. Oh, goodness. Where did it go? There it is. Oh, and you can't see me. Here. Let's do this. So this... Hey, Kamentari. Welcome on in. You love the baby filter. Yep. And how's it going? Welcome on in. Yeah, so that was that stream, and this here is I clipped it out of our stream. It's only 47 minutes, and this was the segment of that stream where we discussed this. We at that moment we called it the mastery system, but I think that the reason why Brian wanted to use that name for it because it was just simple, as opposed to we were calling it before that the item enhancement system. So it's like a little bit more of a mouthful. Yeah, look at me keeping that straight face. Well, one thing to remember, I could not see what it looked like. Right, so that particular stream, Brian was doing the streaming there, and so I could only hear his voice, and his voice sounded like this, like he had the female voice filter on, and in my ear, like it sounded so disconnected in my ear. I'm listening to this voice, I can't see anything, and I suggested that he just use his regular voice at the beginning of the stream, and was like, but it's gonna look and sound like dissonant, like it's gonna look like I'm looking one way, but it's gonna sound completely differently. Yeah, we went through that whole thing, and even on stream we were discussing that aspect of it. Yeah, but that was that. I had thought about bringing the Snapchat filter back. It's still in the cards. It's still a possibility. It does take quite a bit of setup, and it is also a CPU hog. It really pulls a lot of resources from your computer to do it. Wurm is a nice game for that because Wurm is not CPU intensive. Like, it's very easy on the computer, so you can Snapchat filter and play Wurm at the same time. But I have a feeling most other games would struggle. I feel like the Snapchat filter is approximately equivalent to playing a AAA game in terms of the resources it takes from your GPU and CPU. So if you're also playing another AAA game, well, your computer better be able to run 2 instances of a AAA game in order for plus stream at the same time in order for it to all work. And we used to always get away with it because Brian always had a beast of a computer, and I always had a potato of a computer, and so he would do all the resources. Like his computer would do all the legwork, and then I would also have to turn my Wurm game down. Where's Casper? You see her in the forums. Recall she's moving, but I haven't seen her on the stream for a long time. Yeah, she's around, and she'll just trying to make, I only want to say what she's said publicly, so let me just double check what she said publicly. So okay, so publicly, this is what she's been saying. Like recently, she's been working on a project that it's a YouTube project that relatively secretive. I don't think anybody really knows about it, and myself is included in that. She has said publicly that only her son knows about it. So she's been working on that project, but the last message that she said to everybody on her Discord was that things haven't been going so well with that project. The YouTube channel, like at the beginning, skyrocketed, but then it petered out, and she's been trying to revive it, but it's not going so well. So she's trying to think of a plan B, and in the meantime, she's gonna start up her streaming again. But that's gonna happen in the new year. So I think her wording here says, hold on, what does it say? After the holidays, back to ye old drawing board. Okay, hold on one second. Hold on. Where did she say it? I can't even see it. Hold on, maybe it's over here. Okay, so she said there won't be a stream until after Christmas, but after the holidays are over, you're going to get back into the full swing of streaming again. Not sure what that means exactly, but it means that we'll see more streams from Cats. Her last stream, she started a run of Darkness Falls on 7 days. So I was really excited to see her get back into that. It's been a while since she's played 7 days, so or at least on stream. It's been a while, and so seeing her playing some Darkness Falls was really nice. Darkness Falls has gone through a bunch of improvements over the last, I want to say, year. The vanilla game, if you haven't played if you haven't played 7 Days to Die in, let's say, over a year, the game is in such a better place now. And I might even say, like, if you haven't played it in a couple years, like, hold off, because soon they're going to drop another update that's going to revamp a whole lot more. I don't know what soon means, but let's see. The Alpha 21 update happened in the end of July, I think. And they said that the next update is going to take less time than Alpha 21. Now, Alpha 21 took almost 18 months. But if the next one only takes 12 months, let's say, then we should be expecting a summertime release again for the next alpha. And the next one is looking just as huge as the last one. Yeah. So I'm kind of excited for that. Then on top of that, all the modding community, like, the modding community is great in 7 Days to Die. They went full on creating a whole bunch of new stuff using the new tools that the devs have given and the new items that the devs created. So they went, and Darkness Falls has always been my favorite mod ever since I started modding, and I've tried a whole bunch of them. It's the one that feels most cohesive, most like a full-on game unto its own. Whereas all the other mods feel like they took vanilla and changed a bunch of stuff about vanilla. Darkness Falls feels like a full new game. And it's hard and brutal and all the things that make that game, such a great game. It's the Melody in Plung now. Yeah. Yep. No, it's on right now. Yeah, it's actually right by my place. I had contemplated going. And I might still go tomorrow. I might jump over there tomorrow, but I didn't want to go on stream because, I always, in the past, I was thinking, Impelongs are great to go stream, but every time I go, I always feel like I miss something. So 2 things happen that are just not great. One is I don't feel like I get to enjoy the Impelong as much when I'm streaming compared to if I'm not, because I'm mostly focused on the streaming part of it. And the other thing is that I feel like I don't contribute as much as I could if I'm streaming compared to if I'm not. Yeah. Is the lag still horrible? No. I haven't experienced any lag. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about though. I don't know if that's a game lag. I think it's more of a, what do you call it? Like a routing lag. Like depending on where you live, some people are lagging more than others. I don't think it's the servers. I really don't think it's anything to do with the game itself. I think it has to do with depending on where you live in the world and depending on where your internet traffic is coming through, some people are experiencing a problem there. This is, for some odd reason, Wurm is susceptible to this particular problem. It always has been in the past. I don't know what causes Wurm to be the game where, some people can't connect properly and other people can. There was a console command that you can do to check. Does anybody remember what that console command is? It's not dial-up EverQuest, I know. Okay. So I wonder if can I fit in one more row here? Hold on. No. I need to use my hammer and plan wall. Then add to crafting window. And if I make it an arch, yes. It's like I don't know. In the console command, you can type in something and it'll do this. I don't even remember. Maybe it's not even in console command. Maybe it's in your command line on your computer. You had to use a VPN today. Your game crashed 14 times in 2 hours. Right. Yeah. So I have heard VPNs do help. I don't know very much about VPNs, whether or not there's a free one that's really good. I know a lot of the VPNs require you to pay subscription. Okay, so if I remember correctly, I then can just plan a ladder here. There's not enough room for a further floor. Oh. Okay. Let me think here. Okay, let me try one more thing here before we give up on this. There you are, Indigo. Commentary. Oh, then I'm going to need another support beam. A support beam, yeah. Is this worth the effort to go? I'm going to have to support these three and extend this building over to there just to get this row of rock higher. All right. If I'm going to do this, I may as well go the whole way. Let's go get another support beam. 3 of them, in fact. Seems better? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there, but I did see a bunch of people complaining on the forums about it. I need to fix this road. Clear out all the trees. Whoop, can't see behind the wagon. Stupid wagons. Speaking of which, I should put these back in here. Okay. So support beam needs, what was it, shafts? Let's bring these horses in here. I'll just hang them out the end. need shafts. So what was it? 4 shafts. I'm gonna 12 shafts. 2 ribbons. So 6 ribbons. And 2 logs. Can I carry 6 logs? Yes. And it's log on shaft. Okay, you can use traceroute to Wurm Online and see where the slowdown is happening for network. Hey, Tito, thanks for that tip. And is that traceroute done in your command line on your computer? Is that how that works? Yes. See, I'm not like the most tech savvy when it comes to these sorts of things. But I think like you go, command prompt. You get to your command prompt, this thing. You type in what? Trace root. I don't even remember. Windows command is tracert, and then you just type in wormonline.com like that. It's doing it. It's doing something anyway. So yeah. And what it's doing is it's basically just testing how long does it take to get from here to the different nodes along the way, I think. Something like that. Might show my IP. Yeah, I probably should close that. Good call, Validate. Good call. I probably should not be streaming that. Okay. What the heck happened to the... Just going to move this over a little bit so I can see what happened to the... Did they end up in my inventory? No. What the heck? Okay, hold on. Let me just... You create an unfinished support beam in front of you on the ground. But where? Gotta love this game sometimes. Where the heck did it get created? Oh, wait. There they are. There they are. They're behind my pumpkin statue. Oh, God. Okay, let's pull those in my inventory. And swears, bro. Has anybody ever contacted me about creating content for Wurm Online TV? I wonder what's going on with that. So, short answer, no. Nobody's ever contacted me about anything like that. But I can tell you about what's going on with that. I'm pretty knowledgeable in how the content creator program kind of worked in the past, and I can probably say a few things about the current iteration of that. Like one thing to know was that the original content creator program was that was created by Retrograde, the Valray Entertainment Network. That was a program that Retro had put a lot of effort and iterated on that, like based off of the experience that he got from it. It's definitely not an easy task to set up a content creator program, especially for this game, because this game has very little in the ways of coordinating with content creators. It's not like like other games, for example, will you'll see on Twitch people giving away drops, Twitch drops. That's something that we're probably not ever going to see in Wurm. Or any kind of Twitch integration of any kind, probably also not going to be seen in Wurm. When it first started, the Valorant Entertainment Network, when it first started, I think I can't remember exactly, but Factional Fight, my brother and I were one of the first members to join, and there was this like system in place where they were trying to like figure out, like, based on how much engagement you get, that will determine the kind of rewards that you get as a streamer. That didn't quite work out perfectly, and so it went through a lot of iteration of trying to like figure out some kind of balance. It was really hard to bring people into the program because it was hard to know who was going to be a consistent streamer. Like there were quite a few situations where people were brought in after showing that they were streaming Wurm consistently, only to drop off the map and not stream Wurm ever again. So that happens a lot with streaming. So it's really hard to get people in there that are the right fit. So that sort of program fell off the map for a while. Like it just sort of like went to the wayside, especially through all the drama that happened. But it's been a long time since Valorant Entertainment Network actually had support from the game officially. Oh no. Oh no. It disappeared again. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Yeah. So when Army posted his like, we're gonna revive this system, like this thing, I could sense right away from the way he was talking about it that he didn't really have any idea how. Like I was like looking at it going like, but how are you going, like, what is this thing going to be? Like he had all the words there, but I don't see the way it's going to work, right? And their first announcement was that they're getting this Crafty Joe to do all this like content, official content for Wurm by Crafty Joe. And then we saw a whole bunch of his videos, right? Like you've seen Crafty Joe's videos, right? When was Crafty Joe's last video? Yes. Yes, ... Okay, hold on one second. Let's take a look at this. Crafty Joe. Let's see when his last installment, because maybe he is continuing to drop videos. But if we look through all of his videos, the last one he put out was 2 months ago. And his very first video ever was 8 months ago. But I think this one here, 5 months ago, was his first video, like actually being being a part of the Wurm TV thing officially. I could be wrong. I don't know exactly when it was, but I'm feeling like it was this one, but I don't know. And he made some videos. Made some. But it's been a while since he's made any. Right? And so, like, I don't know. Oh no. What? This tile is not flat? One slope up? Okay, okay. We can fix that. I cannot mine next to a reinforced tile. What? Oh my god. This game. This game. Okay, we might not need to. We might not need to. Let's see. Let's put this away. Let's see about this. You have a very passionate love-hate relationship with mine, I know. Me too. Me too. Like, why on earth wouldn't it let me mine in that corner over there? Oh wait, I got an idea. Can I trick it into thinking I'm not next to a tile? If I just go up here? Yeah. And I got a festive gear for that. Look at that. That's hilarious. Oh. What whoops. That's not what I meant to do. I just wanted to open it. Yeah, okay. And I'm climbing still. I just outsmarted Wurm, yeah. I know. It's such a weird restriction there. I think that restriction is not there over ground. If you're above the ground, it won't stop you in that situation. Just in the cave. Okay. So then the next thing I want to do is grab that support beam and support this tile. Yeah, now you recall him. You love the narrating style. Someone did the same type of project, Zomboid, and drew me into that game. Okay. Well, one thing for sure is that the narrating style is AI. It's done using AI. I'm wondering, can I just build the ladder here? I need to finish the outer floors. Oh. All right. All right. Yes, I might end up having to cut planks at this rate. Let's just make them all arches again. Use one of the AI sites to see what's best for $3 a request. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's I mean, his videos are fine. They're fine. They're short. And they're informative. Like, he picks a topic, he explains that topic, and then the video ends. Which is fine. I think that's it. You know, it reminded me a lot of Kitchiendo's videos, which were not AI narrated and were very clever and very well put together. If you didn't catch any of Kitchiendo's videos, quality videos right there. And it reminded me a lot of those types of videos. I guess I was left wondering when this new Wurm TV was launched, like, how would they get this thing off the ground? Will it be something where they reach out to content creators to try to like bring them in? Will there be some kind of incentive? Will there be some kind of like plan? Is there a plan for the overall structure of the program? What was the purpose of the program? Like just the mission statement. Just is there even a mission statement? I saw none of that, and so I looked at that and I was like, I don't like this. Isn't it's gonna be the same kind of thing that the Venn network was, with what seemed to be less of a plan than the Venn network had going into it, and the Venn network didn't really. The Venn network succeeded on some metrics. You could say that there was some success there. If it was the metric of the number of people watching Wurm on Twitch, if you just looked at that metric alone, before Venn versus after Venn, there was like a huge skyrocket. But the other thing to consider is that this was also around the time that Twitch was becoming more and more popular. So just the number of Twitch viewers was also skyrocketing at that same time. And the fact that we had people streaming Wurm and that there was some incentive to stream Wurm helped, you know? Hey, Grix. So what's new in Wurm? I don't know. I'm hesitant to say much in the way about what's new. It's pretty much same old, I would say. Even though there's some new stuff, it's, if you've been around for new stuff before, it's the same old same old new stuff. It's really a shame. You had hoped that it could be a benefit for Wurm community. It can be a benefit for the Wurm community. If they put some effort into it, I think that if they take it seriously, it can definitely benefit the game as a whole. Yeah. I don't have the answers though. Like, I'm not the one who can come up with the idea for what is it that's going to make the Wurm TV or whatever they're calling it. Like, what can they do to make it most successful? But part of it is getting a huge, like a large network of people who can stream Wurm. And it's hard. It's hard to stream Wurm. There's not, you look at the whole Wurm community and the number of people who have tried streaming Wurm and stopped is a very large number, because it's not easy to stream Wurm and make it. Yeah. It's hard to stream Wurm. And at some point or another, I decided I'm just not going to try anymore. So like what you're seeing here is me like mucking about on my deed, and I'm lucky that I have all of you here to hang out with, who love to come and watch me play games. But I for sure am not making Wurm look great. Like, Wurm needs to be able to stand up on its own, and it has a real problem doing that in terms of like attracting new players. It's a slow, grindy game. So all I can do is like look at, here's what I would be doing in Wurm, and I'm going to just do that. And I know a lot of people, like I've heard many people say that you can't do that in stream Worm. Like you can't just play Worm how you would normally play Worm and stream that, because nobody's going to want to watch it. And partly that is true. Like there are certain things that if you decide I'm going to do this, nobody's going to want to watch it, because boy, does Worm have a real hard, like you could be as entertaining as you can try to be, but Worm on its own does not translate well to, you know, you can't stream because you just stay mining like 12 hours or imp like all day without moving. Right. See, so that's the same thing that I'm hearing a lot of people say, like you can't just stream that. And I kind of feel like you can. I think you can stream that, as long as you also at the same time as streaming are engaging with your audience. Yeah, exactly. Hey Zetrin, what's going on? You totally can stream that, and actually you can get an audience that way. You just gotta be engaging with the audience while you're doing those things. You gotta sort of be making milestones for yourself and be like going through your thought process of what you're working on. You gotta continually, be engaging. That sounds like chatting with extra steps. Yeah, it totally is. Hey Milkman, how's it going? Yeah. And you enjoy watching Gaffer. Yeah. Because I mean, Gaffer is engaging. Like, look at all the stuff he pulls off. He is extremely engaging when he's streaming. He's always going through his thought process, and he'll have like little segments that he has that are kind of fun. Like when something becomes rare, or when he gets a skill up or something. Like he does these things that keep you engaged. Streaming is a whole other thing. Like if you think that you're going to get into streaming just by playing a game and people are going to watch you play, it doesn't quite work that way. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna now build the ladder. Good. Okay, now I'm gonna get up there. Here's where I need the small nails. Small nails should be in here. Small nails. Okay. We'll add this. In all fairness, though, for those that don't have the gift of gab, at least have a plan/project that we can progress. Yeah. And you watch me because you learn so much from me in the chat about the game. Yeah, right. So like that I feel is like my shtick. That's my shtick. I'm either myself trying to learn something, trying to figure out something, or I'm doing something that I would love to help other people learn how to do. And I like explaining stuff. And my advice to anybody out there who is interested in streaming, all you need to do is figure out what your shtick is. It doesn't have to be that. It can be anything else. As long as it's something that has the chat, has your audience sort of like in mind. Start with the fact that there's people watching you. What are you gonna do for those people? That's all you gotta. That's that. And then once you think about the answer to that question, it will then follow from there. How to go about streaming. See, a lot of games are kind of can stand on their own. So you can stream a game where all you do is talk about what you're doing in the game, and that works well for those games that are just action packed and stuff's happening all the time. Wurm just doesn't have that at all. Wurm has like such slow pace that you gotta fill the gap. Okay, I think I missed something here. Neroden, you said, I find you usually attract other people toiling away at their deed who want some background noise and sometimes light conversation. Yeah, totally. Like, you mean like people who find your stream. Yeah. I stopped playing Wurm because I didn't pay for the premium time, and the skill cap of 20 gives you so much. It does. It does. Yeah. So you definitely can't. I don't feel like you can't. I don't think you can play this game without premium for very long, if at all. It's definitely the type of game where they give you that free to play time at the beginning, but it's not intended to be played that way. It's just sort of like a trial to get you in the door. And yeah, the 20 skill cap definitely does gimp you for sure. And Zetron, you're saying, I saw some of those Wurm tutorial vids by Crafty Joe last night on YouTube. I have to say, you were impressed. Very high quality. Yes, they are well done. They definitely cut to the chase, get to the point, and do say the things in like, it's clear that whoever Crafty Joe is, that person knows how this game works and is trying to convey their knowledge. I think he does a good job. They're definitely a particular kind of video, right? Like they're the type of video that, hold on, can I make a ladder here, or does it need to be attached to a wall? Can I complete this ladder here? Oh yeah. Yeah, especially like how we would zoom into something in the UI. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I was better at video creation, like the video editing process and all that. I wish I was better at that. I am not good at that. I don't have the patience for it. I probably could spend time getting better at it. I played around with it over the summer. It didn't go so well. I wanted to make some Wurm videos, but it didn't go so well. I tried, it failed, and then I gave up. I mean, more so I didn't give up, I ran out of time. It was very time consuming. I got to the end of the summer with one video to show for it, and I didn't even want to post that video. It was kind of embarrassing how bad it was. It's a slow burn game. It honestly needs higher free-to-play skill cap or preferred status or something for people that have paid them money at some point and given them a higher skill cap to limit that feeling of gut punch when you suddenly can't do as much as you could. Yeah. I mean, they did increase. So there is a thing where if you have paid for premium before, got your skills above 20, and then you stop paying for premium, you can keep your characteristics. Your characteristics stay up to a maximum of 30. So this allows you to ride a horse, command your carts, command the boats, load and unload, and do all those things. So you still have that ability. But you're right. I don't think you're right. You in order to play the game, you kind of have to pay, I think. So if you take a break and then your premium runs out, if you're planning to come back, probably shouldn't unless you're ready to pay premium again. When did that change go in? A long time ago. 2014 probably came in. Yeah, you watch or listen to streams while I play the game. Helps you focus on the game for premium time. I guess after playing a month and liking the game, pay for the year, best deal. And even better deal at 30% off Black Friday. Have 5 characters paid until the end of 2025. I see that $60 Canadian per account. 300 plus 300 on silver, 600 divided by 1,200 hours you play per year, 50 cents per hour. You can't find arcade games for under $1 nowadays, and that last 5 to 10 minutes of lucky. Right. Like, so I think Validate's bringing up something kind of key to the whole thing is the cost of premium in relation to the number of hours that you could potentially be playing this game. It's a steal, right? It's like it's very inexpensive. You know, it maybe not compared to all other games, but if this is the game that you like to play, most people are willing to pay the money. And Validate's right, on the Black Friday, if you buy a year premium, I think it was like €50 or something like that for the year. Or I can't remember exactly what the number. Yeah, but a whole year, and you're, and then the very next year, once it's up, next year you pay for it for a whole other year again, and it's not very much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, cheaper than going to a movie, and I know I'm going to like Wurm. Can't say the same about the movie. Exactly. Does that year premium give you the in-game currency for a plot of land? No. But it gives you a bunch of stuff that you can sell for that plot of land. Yeah. You'll get, for a year premium, you'll get 12 sleep powders, which will sell for 12 silver. You also get a whole bunch of marks that you can buy stuff from the mark store and sell that for silver as well. So, but the other thing is that you can make silver in the game in other ways, and that silver, like, like I'll say it this way, that if I didn't want to pay real money for this game, I don't have to pay real money for this game, because I could probably make enough silver to pay for both my premium and my upkeep indefinitely. So once you have certain level skills, and certain, you've gotten yourself into the game enough, yeah, you don't really need to worry about, you kind of have to worry about money in game. Like, for example, Catspur runs a horse market, and that is enough for her to bring in enough money to pay for all of the deeds that we have. Like, not my deed, but all of the deeds for the alliance. So you gotta just like pick a thing and work at it. And if it is if money is the thing that's preventing you from playing, then I do recommend trying to find a way to make in-game currency. I personally like that gameplay. I love the part of this game where you can make money in the game, and I did spend a lot of time figuring that whole thing out, and it was very rewarding. But at the same time, I do pay for my premium now, but mostly it's because I want to support the game. Okay. I think I got the ceiling as best as I possibly am going to get it. I can't get here either. Okay. There's no way to get this one either. Okay, what about here? I think I can get here. No. Cannot. Okay, in this corner here. Let's just get this one here. Okay, that doesn't look terrible, but I was hoping it could get a little higher, but I guess I'm gonna have to deal with the height that I have. All right, maybe give it another go when times aren't so tough. You won a lottery with 8 other people at your company, and that... Wait, you won a lottery with 8 other people at your company that was facing financial issues. Oh, that sounds lucky. Oh, that kind of lottery. That's not lucky. I'm sorry to hear, Grix. That sucks. That sucks a lot. And yeah, large magic chests are very valuable in trans rods for veins. I question people who spend money on trans rods, though. I mean, at that point, I guess I only question, like, in the same way you question somebody who drives a $350,000 car. It's like, I guess the reason you're doing that is because you can. It's like a luxury to have that. But I guess I also felt the same way about Spirit Templars. It's much less cost, though. Okay, I guess that's as high as the ceiling's gonna go. All right, time to poof the building. Oh, let's get all the rock shards off of it. This one even looks like it might have high quality stuff in it. Oh, I could probably just go like this. And what? 21? Let's get that over there. Okay, I probably will be able to go like this and bring them into the wagon. Yeah, trans rods only worth about 10 silver. People overpay for them. I mean, it's hard to say exactly what they're worth because, I mean, something's only really worth as much as somebody's willing to pay for it. So, trans rods. Okay, before I get to trans rods, I think the value of items in the game often are dictated by the price that they would cost you if you were to buy it off of the trader. Okay, so traders sell trans rods for 30 silver, or is it 50 silver? I can't remember. Maybe 50 silver. And so, now if you, I know where you're getting the 10 silver number from. It's like, if you were to think about, okay, if let's say I make the I create the vein, and if I were to mine out all of that vein completely with like the highest quality I could possibly get, how much money would the metal that comes out of the vein be worth, right? So that might be how you look at it. But the people who are paying for the trans rods, they're not thinking about it that way. They're thinking about, how much is it worth to me to have a 99 quality iron vein right here compared to me having to go venture out and find that same vein? How much is it worth to me to just have the convenience to have it right on my deed? Okay, so they're paying not for the value of the metal itself, they're paying for the convenience of having that metal right here on their deed that nobody else can get. Yeah, you can link to forum post, yeah. If not, check out my Cave and Picks home pack street, the Creative Commons, the Artisan Bents, the Plateau Views screenshot progression of the forums. Sure. Yeah, link it and I'll take a peek. In hindsight, in talking with several people, I'm going to be better off not working there anymore. It was a very toxic work environment. Oh, that sucks. And it's just been a challenge to find something new. Yeah, I hear that. I wouldn't know where I would start if I lost my job. Let's say you find a lot of weaponsmiths, jewelsmiths, etc. like to have it on deed. Yeah. It's like they're paying for the convenience of it, not that they're gonna flip it into profit or anything. You like that rare strange bone thing selling for 40 to 60, but if you plan to use it on a tool, just buy the tool for 10 silver, fully casted in Nymph. But to put it on that one piece of armor that you're missing, it's worth more. Yeah, it's also that you can put it on an item that's already special to you, right? Like it's like some kind of value to certain items that people have, that to them it would increase the value, so the sentimental value. Yeah, it's the whole deeds photos. But the cave I might like to visit one day. 10% done. Okay. You bought 3 rods and haven't used them yet because I need to raise the rock on my deed to make a man-made cave. Then I'll use them. And hey, memers. Yeah, like there's definitely a value to the transmutation rods that goes beyond the actual metal that's in there. And it's just a matter of like, they're a lot of money. They're a lot of money. But you can get them from marks, so some people are probably thinking they don't really cost me anything if I get them with marks. Yeah, it's almost like getting a gift. Like marks are kind of like getting a gift card to something. It's like you may as well buy the thing that you want with the gift card. Okay, you moved to Cadence last winter and you wanted a large, unique deed. One of my alliance members was selling a landscaped area with canal. Was the canal started? You looked around. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is just like a progression, screenshot progression of your deed. Okay, so that's a nice view. You got a big waterfront there, and that's probably the coast, like the to the other servers out there. Where is this on Cadence, by the way? $2 gold a year. Holy crap. 91 by 116. That's an insanely large deed. Okay. Something's planted there. Building up a horse farm, it looks. Cows, chickens, not chickens, sheep. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there's not chickens in there. Okay. So this is on T13. Hey, Gaffer, welcome on in. Let me just see where that is. Wait. You said Cadence? Yeah, Cadence. 13. Okay, so it's in like the southwest area, in that little spot there. I can kind of see exactly where it is now. You're probably right on this corner right here. At least that's where it looks like. Down? No, lower? Is it on the edge, on the tip of this thing? Island to the left. Like, but to the left would be in 12. Right, oh. Oh, it's on this island. Oh, so you're facing north. Or maybe not. Maybe you're on the inside of this. Anyway, you're somewhere over here. Sandy spot. Got it. Okay, so you're right on this corner here, facing out towards the south coast. Or the west in this area. Okay, yeah, okay. Got it. Okay. So let's keep looking at the pictures then. Where was I? Yeah, I saw that one. Okay. So when you got it, was it all like leveled like that? With these plateaus? Or did you make it like that? Okay, it was a hill when you got there. Look at that thing out there. To me, that looks like bridges. Whoops. How do I zoom in even farther? Okay, Mini Killjoy Memorial. He passed away 2 Christmases ago. Mm. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm trying to figure it out. Is it a flat raised area in the middle, and then these are bridges going around the outside? Yeah, that's interesting. And are those archery towers? What are those on the corners? I can't identify that structure. T-walls. T-walls? Oh, I see. It's like the T-arch walls, one on top of the other. Got it. I never thought to do that. Arch T's, yeah. Never thought to do that. Okay, how do I get back out? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna look at it like this. Okay, we want to get to the cave. Okay, ooh, this is nice. Look at this place. Wow. Very nice. Look at that. That's a lot of digging and surface mining. And that looks pretty cool. Nice and decorated. Mm-hmm. Wagoneer Inn, yeah. Will be lower when it's done to sail the other end. Okay. Nice. Workshop, 2 buildings with bridges across canal to the other levels. Yeah, I mean, nowadays it only makes sense to build all buildings with bridges to access all other buildings and also all the floors of all the buildings. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive workshop you got there. I've always thought to myself, like, I should probably make my workshop extravagant, like, you know. Oh, that's the last one, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, that was the last one. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. 22 large magic chests there, I think. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, back to what Grix was talking about, like, it's all good if you have the money to do this, but the reality is not everybody can afford the cost of Wurm. Like, Wurm isn't an inexpensive game to play. And so like, my advice to those who want to play Wurm but it's the money is the issue, my advice would be to, like, if you really want to play Wurm, like, this is only if you're really passionate, like, you really like this game, you just can't afford it, get premium for like a month or two. Like, look at that as like like your cost for entertainment. So however much money you spend on entertainment, take a little bit of money away from that and put it into Wurm. Play the game with premium as it's like just naturally how you like, what you're interested in, the types of things that you like to do, you play it. And if it's the type of game you're finding yourself logging into every day, and you're enjoying yourself every step of the way, you will eventually find something in the game that you could do that earns you silver. And it, you know, it doesn't take that long for you to figure out how to go about getting that silver to start coming in. If that's something that would motivate you. Yeah. join a village till you make some money, then go find your own deed. Yeah, that's also, you have to make the right choice what village to join, right? You can't just join any village. Like I've heard some crazy stories about what happens when you join a village. I was giving advice to somebody on the last stream. My advice was learn the game before you join a village. Don't join a village in hopes that they're going to teach you the game, because sometimes that translates to them giving you a whole bunch of stuff. And now you're sitting with a whole bunch of stuff and still don't know how to play the game. Yeah. It's very true. You for real, cut out movie theaters, cut down eating to 1 day a week versus 3. Easy to cut back €8, €8 a month, or 12 Canadian for us, and you can earn in game. Yeah. Or your slave labor for them. Yeah. It's like one, just save up some money, put that money aside for entertainment, and like if Wurm is that game that you want to play, it's like it is worth putting some money towards. Okay, I'm going to now destroy this building. I think I can do that here, right? Destroy wall. I think I have to do that in here. Manage buildings. This one's called Griffith's Shack. How many are called Griffith's Shack here? Just the one. Yeah. Manage permissions. How the heck do I destroy this building? Oh, I thought there was like a right click and just go like destroy building. Open the window bigger, maybe. Okay. Manage buildings. Ah, yes, it's right over here. Thank you. That just like like why? Why isn't the by default the right size to show everything in there? Oh god. Okay, it's Griffith's Shack. Griffith's Shack. Demolish. Yeah, dumb. Exactly. You played for months as a free player on indie when you first started it, and you loved it. The decay issue was the only concern, right? And that was before the newbie mounts. You dragged your large cart all over the server, right? Right. Yeah, I definitely at the beginning of playing this game, I played for free for quite a bit. Yeah, my skills were definitely capped at 20 for a little while before I decided to put money in. Okay. Next step is I gotta get this bridge in. But before I do that, I have to make the final decision about whether or not will this hallway stay here, or will I move it over by one? If I move it over by one, I need to do a bit of surface mining here. If I don't move it over by one, if I leave it the way it is, then the bridge will start right on this tile. The next tile will be mined all the way down, straight down. And the bridge will go all the way across and land to this tile. Whoops. So it'll go over this area here. And all of this will be mined down, and then I can continue the tunnel straight from here. But what I was wondering, another thing I was wondering was, do I keep mining this out from here? This way it keeps the ceiling high. What do you think? Do I keep the ceiling high? And if I do keep the ceiling high, what's the best way to do that? Is the best way to do that get a flat tile above me first? Like one of these are flat already. Mine this all down. Then mine it out and then just level the ceilings? Is that the easiest way? Level the ceilings? Or do I mine the tunnel here at this level and then mine out all the floors after, all the way down? What's the best way? Who's made a really big mine and who has like a hack way of making really tall ceilings? Anybody? You have to head to bed, leave work in 6-7 hours. Have a great night. All right, Validate. Thanks for coming to hang out. You have a great rest of your night. And yeah, I'll see you next time. I missed that before. Yeah, but this is the question. This is going to be it's not a super long tunnel, but it's like a good 50 tiles or something. So whatever I choose is going to be a long haul. I already have some flat ceilings at like a height that I really like. So the other thing I need that's of concern. The other thing of concern is how tall this is. So from here to the top is 100 slope. Okay, that should be enough. I think the maximum is 300 slope, right? I think. All right. So let's make a decision here. I've seen people do the ceiling way, where they just get one flat ceiling and they stand under it and they flatten everything to that. But I'd almost rather do the mining actions myself, because I think it goes much faster that way. It's just a little bit more active. $255 in your day. Not sure if they changed it. Still $255, you bet. Possible it's $255. It is possible. It is still $255. But I still think that that's enough. Like this is 100. Then I gotta go. Is it 26 more into the water? Maybe 27. Let's say 30 more. So just to be safe. So that's 130. This height is probably under 60, right? Maybe even 254. Okay. Yeah, it has to fit in one bite, right? You do not see them changing that one. Yikes. I wonder why. because it has to fit into one bite. Right. Otherwise, it doubles the data required. You was told to mine the ceiling flat first, then mine down to the level that you want, or something like that. Yeah. So as I said, I've heard one strategy, which is get a flat tile at the height that you want, mine this all the way down to the lowest level that you want, and then then you start building your tunnel, right? Whoops. Lag spike there. Start building your tunnel up at that height. No, all the way down from the ground. So like it's all the way down here. You have this one flat tile way up there. I mine, flatten this out, flatten the next one, then mine another tunnel. And it brings the ceiling, get this big shaft. The ceiling will be very slanted. But then you can stand under the flat one and level the ceiling back up. So that leveling process takes as long as every leveling process. It's 5 seconds per action. But you can just sit there AFKing it. That's one way. The other way is I can make the whole tunnel at this height up here. So I start here, let's say at this height. I mine straight, and then I mine the ceilings like that. Like I flatten the ceilings at this height. I mine straight all the way to the end of the tunnel. And then at the very end of all of that, I stand on this corner and I mine this all the way down, one corner at a time, all the way down into the water from this height. That was the way you're told? Yeah. Can I actually reach it when it's that high? Yes. The flatten reaches, not the flatten, the level reaches that high. Yeah, as long as you're standing underneath a flat tile, doesn't matter how high it is. If I'm underneath a flat tile, I can right click an adjacent tile and level it, and it will level that tile to the flat one, no matter how high it is. So it's a matter of whether I want to sit there and level the ceilings or whether I'd rather stand here and mine the floors. Those are the two options. Now, mining the floors, the action is fast, 2.9 seconds. Leveling the ceilings, it'll be 5 seconds per corner, like per slope. So it's a significant time increase to do the leveling of the ceilings. However, the leveling of the ceilings could be done AFK. So like I can just click and level and just let it go for the next few minutes before my stamina runs out, let's say, and I have to level again. So these are the options. One's going to take longer, but AFKing. The other one will be shorter, but I have to be actively on it the whole time. I think either way, though, this height is actually not a bad height here. Now, the other... I was creating this here with that in mind. Like, I was going to go here and just make the tunnel at this height and then mine the floors. That was the point of this section here. And I was just going to keep mining the whole tunnel that way. Both would make you fall asleep, literally? Yeah. Yep. A lot of people, it would make them fall asleep. Me, however, I really love this kind of project. Especially when you get close to the end. The other thing is, what's the process of taking this up? Just that? Oh, nice. That's actually really nice. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to clear enough so I can build that bridge. We're going to get it ready for the bridge. Okay, so let's think about this very carefully because I don't want to get myself stuck down here. Let me think about this. Once I am... Okay, I'm going to test something first before I do anything. Can I climb this slope right here? Can I climb this to the top? I probably could if I emptied my inventory. Probably would be no problem. This looks okay though. I can make it up. Looks like I'll make it. Yeah. Okay. So I can climb that, which means I should be safe to... I probably will be able to climb this too. So if I mine this whole thing down, I'll be able to climb back up. I mean, I guess worst comes to worst, I can swim out the hole and go up the other way. All right, next thing that I have to figure out is, do I have the materials for a bridge? I think I might just make this brick, just a regular brick bridge. Stone brick. I'm just going to check on my mortar status. I know I have enough bricks. We'll check on mortar. How is my mortar? Almost 5,000 mortar. Okay, that's not bad. That's enough for that bridge. Bridges are just stone, bricks, and mortar, right? Like, you don't need anything else. It's been a long time since I built this bridge. Okay, so now that I have everything in order, I think the next thing I'm going to do is mine this all down. No. Sorry. The next thing I'm going to do is mine through this wall. Yes. I'm going to mine through this wall. Yeah, you believe that's all? Okay, good. Stone, bricks, and mortar. I think I have enough for this bridge then. Let's drink some water. Yeah, mining the walls is 3-second actions. 3, 3, 3. And then it becomes 3.1. Now, is that because my pickaxe has some damage on it? Let's try that again. 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 3. Okay. My mining is so fast. Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. So 2.9 second actions here. I'm feeling like I'm lucky here. I just pulled, was it 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I just pulled 4 of these things out within like, well, let me see. Within 30 actions, I pulled 4. Admittedly, your mining is crap. Yeah. There's another one. 5. This is like a special wall right here. 6. What the heck? This is the wall of festivities. It's pulling all the festive stuff out of it. And there's another one. The heck? Out of 49 actions, and I got 7. So that's like 1 in 7. Looks like for each tier, it takes an additional 7, so it becomes extremely expensive quickly. Yes. And does that indefinitely keep adding additional 7 every single tier? Like, is that... Right. Those things are down to 1% per hand and towards completion now. You're over 100 now. What? So wait, you turned in over 100 times? What the heck? And how are you collecting these items? Mining? I'm feeling like mining is the fastest. It's gotta be, right? Mining? Mining is the most you think, memers? No, 12 times or so. Oh, okay, I see. Hold on, now I'm confused. You're making support beams. Wait, when you say you're over 100 now, oh, that means it takes, okay, you're saying it takes over 100 to collect the next one. Okay, I thought you were saying you have collected over 100 now. That would be way more. Okay, I hear horses. I just heard a horse die. It's not my horse, it's on my cart. And I see nobody in local and nobody on the alliance. So why would I hear a horse die? Nope. All right. It'd just be one of them died randomly of old age over on Katz's deed. That's a possibility. Okay, so let me just keep doing what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna mine it from the other side, just so that this doesn't... Okay, I'm gonna mine it from right... doesn't help that this is not flat. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just flatten this. You know what? It doesn't need to be. I'll flatten it after. Let's mine this out. Let's mine it out. Yeah, a ghost. You got a lot chopping fruit trees too. Okay, okay. Yeah. So just chopping. I mean, because it's something where you're getting it depends. It's like each action has a chance of giving you one of these things. I think that then the optimal way of doing it is to do the thing that allows you to do the most actions in the shortest amount of time. So it's obviously biased towards higher skilled players, right? Like I'm going at 3 seconds per action, and so the rate at which I'm pulling in these things is going to be way faster than somebody who is mining at 10 seconds or 12 seconds per action. And as far as I know, I could stand in front of an iron vein and just mine that thing out all day and continually get Yep. Doing one vein drop rate seems to slow a bit. Okay. Yeah, like I was doing it on one vein for a little while. I think it was under 1,000 actions, and it was fine for the entire 1,000 of actions. I felt like it was at the right rate, like it stayed at the same rate. But I'm almost guessing that because some other people were saying that after a certain amount of time, it seems to slow down if you stay on the same vein. And I can see them having done that. I could see Wurm doing something like that. Which is fine. That's fine. So then I think what I'm doing now is like optimal. I'm going to build a boat canal. I'm just going to like mine through this island, this huge amount of rock. And it also seems to be giving me these parts even when I'm leveling or flattening. All of that still gives me these parts. Yeah, and so we'll definitely get a chance to turn some of these in and see what we get. I wouldn't mind a saddle sack. Never got one of those on this server. The last time that they gave out Christmas stuff that I actually got something for, I think it was only the first Christmas, or maybe it was the second Christmas. I can't remember. I ended up getting a snowman, and for some odd reason, people were trying to buy snowmen for 8 silver each. So I sold my snowman, knowing full well it was not worth 8 silver. Like there was no reason. But people were like, "Want to buy snowman? 8 silver," and I'm like, "Okay, you can have my snowman for 8 silver." I found out later that the reason why people were going crazy over snowmen was because they found out that there's a random chance, a rare chance, that it will give you a gem instead of a snowball. And then I realized people are being duped for 8 silver. That's an insane price for a rare chance at a gem. It is true. It is true. Snowmen will give you a gem rarely. So snowmen every day give you a snowball. So every day you come back, they have a snowball in their hand. You take the snowball, put it in your larder or whatever. But there's a random rare chance that instead of a snowball, it'll be a gem, but just a regular gem. And I don't think it's a high quality one or anything like that. So I think there is a chance. Do you check this? Do you take the snowball every day? You've never seen a gem? So it either way, whether it's extremely rare or whether it's impossible, and you never seen a gem, you had 2 on since they came in. Yeah, okay, so people were being told this, and so it caused a frenzy because on Northern Islands, this was the first time that everybody was getting access to the old Christmas gifts. So people were going crazy over them on the new servers. Yeah. So people were buying snowmen like crazy. You never got a gem? I know. I had one. I never checked it though. I had a snowman on the old server, but I never took the snowball. Aside from the couple times I did just for fun, but I never made it a habit to go to the snowman every day to get the snowball it had for me. I never thought it was worth it. And I figured, like, if I want gems, waiting for the snowman to give me one. But there were people who bought so many snowmen in like they would just every day go collect the snowballs. Okay. So here's where I have to make sure, right? Because so when I open up a brand new cave, like this height, this cave, right? How tall is this? How many slope tall is that? Is that 30? Give me think of it a second. 30, 60 is 2. Yeah, magic chest works better than larder. Yeah, I know. I definitely know. Yeah, default cave height is 30. Okay, so that's 30. Yeah. If it's a standard wall, it should be 33. Right. That's the thing. I don't know if it's 30 or 33. And then I'm going to count how tall it is after I mine up. So let's just do this by counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's the height of a building wall. Caves can be different though. Yeah, I think caves are 30. 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay. I hit it 31 more times. Oh, yeah. I have the number right here. 31 more times. Okay. So let's do the same to this side here. Okay, let me think now. That's 61 tiles high. See, this is where we're getting really close to the max cap. So I'll have to think about this here. Okay, we'll have to do a little bit more counting. If that's 61 and the other one was like was under 200, but by how much? Wait. I gotta finish this before I go counting. Jump in ahead of myself. Math is hard. It's like I just gotta remember what the height was over there. I remember there was like the 100 slope plus another 30 into the ground. Plus it was like another 50 maybe, which is 180. Right? This ceiling here might be too tall. This ceiling might be too tall for the canal. If the max cap is 254 or whatever it is, 255. Okay, can't reach the ceiling. Okay. So let's see. This is 61. Let's go over here. 61. That's 81. Let's just call it 100. 100. And 80. And then another 30. Right? Let's just measure twice, cut once. Okay, so this ceiling here is flat all the way around. Let's just double check that first. Yes, this is flat. Okay, so this is at like 60. Let's do this one more time. So this is 60, and then another 20, 40. So that's 100 to this corner, and this is flat. That's 180 to the ground. And then another 30 will be 210. Okay, yeah, 210. You got 210 as well. So it'll be less than 210. So I think we're good. I think we'll go with that ceiling. Yeah, try teaching free algebra to an 8th grader. That was you 2 years ago. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're within tolerance, right? Like even if this was 33, I think we're good. Okay. So next thing I want to do is mine this down. Okay, my cart is up here, right? Yes. Cart is up here, so it's not going to get trapped at the bottom of this mine. That would be annoying. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is just mine this section that I want for the bridge for now. That way I can build the bridge before mining anything else. I think that's the order in which I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this all the way down. So let's take it down in the way I usually do. In chunks of 20. Okay. Memers. How can you not forge that stuff on the ground? It's the same way I do not use skins with a lot of self-discipline. Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. However, it's because I am making a point of it. I'm making a point um not to engage with this. Oops. It's right there. I know. I could just right click it. I did play around with it a little bit. I did play around with that system. Um right clicking this and just gathering, foraging it and such. And I went around my deed because they dropped that update, and now I was able to like make it so that they won't spawn on my deed. So I turned that on, and then I went around my deed to try to like clean up what was there. And all I did every time I foraged something, I would just drop it on the ground so it would create a pile. And I thought to myself, that's probably how I would do it. Like if I was going to engage in the system, it would literally be foraging and dropping everything onto a pile. And I thought, okay, that might be fun for some time. I would do that and make, everybody groan at the fact that I'm dropping everything onto the ground. But that idea got old. And then I thought, I just won't touch them. I just won't gather them. I'll just leave them there until they decay. Yeah. So I do it because it's fun, and I'm kind of doing it as a way of just because everything is usable. I know, but I have so much of that stuff. I have so much of that stuff. I don't need it. I should probably put some of this stuff away. I'm carrying too much material. Let me just oh wait, it's up here. It's up here. Oh, I'm gonna block myself out from this. Let me think here. I'm kind of mad that they made these items weigh so much. Why did they have to weigh so much? Like each pipe is like 2.5 kilograms. And then it makes it so I can't pick up the other stuff I need to pick up. Okay, let's put the nails back. Where the heck are the nails? And you know what? This emerald can probably go in here too. I'll just put it in here. It's metal. What do I expect? I know. It's just they gather and they collect, and next thing you know, you can't carry anything else. So I'm trying to collapse these. There we go. Nine. You love the fungi in cave? It glows. Yeah, I like the look of them. The mushrooms look really nice. And they do cast a little bit of a light, yeah. Low quality foods can be fed to the animals. I don't feed my animals. Unfortunately, I don't have I don't have a farm where there's a lot of animals that need to be fed. The animals I have are the ones for my cart. I have the two hell horses, and then I have a few horses, and they're all sitting on enchanted grass. Yeah, I try to keep things low maintenance on my deed. I even have a hard time keeping a farm going. I did have a farm going for quite a while though. When the new servers launched, Xander, my priest, got to 92 or something like that farming. I did that on a small, like I think I have 72 tiles for farm on this deed, and then I had another something like 100 more tiles on the other deed. And I would farm that every day. But I got to the point where it was hard to keep that up. And I let it go. I let the farm go. Oh, music stopped. That probably happened a long time ago. Okay, hold on. Let's put this on. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Did we get to the end of that playlist? Probably. Yeah, probably. It's not a very long playlist. Yeah, let's play this playlist. Mm-hmm. Probably going to be a little bit quiet. Yeah, you're gonna have to let me know if the music is too quiet. Like if you can't hear anything, let me know, or if it's too loud. I have a feeling it might be too quiet. You hear nothing. Okay. There it is. Yeah, I don't want it to be too loud. Nope, not gonna do it. And there's even some mineral debris here. Yeah, here's the thing. It's like it's just not worth the time. The amount of time that it takes to do that just isn't worth it. Like in that same time, I could get this corner down by 10 slope. No, it's like 30 seconds. Yeah, these actions are like 30 seconds long. Yeah, and yeah, it's like I'll literally pick it up and throw it on the ground. And then it takes up space on the ground. It's like not even worth it. Just totally not worth it. And you'll notice, like as I walk around my deed, you'll see a bunch of piles all over the place. And that was me like doing that, foraging and just dropping all over the place. I know. I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn like that. But I figure like if I left that mushroom there, then it kind of like adds a little bit of ambiance. That's nice. How else am I gonna get any skills? Use the boost. Well, okay. The okay. Two things. One, I have no desire to raise my foraging and botanizing skill. There's like no incentive. There's no outcome that helps me in any way to raise those two skills. And then the other thing is, I totally am raising all my other skills using the boost. My masonry is 88 today. 88. And if you check in on the last stream, I think it was at 84 or 85. We might have just got to 85. And on the stream before that, it was like just hit 80. Like that number's going up pretty solidly. And then there's a 10% boost today, like right now with the event. 10% is not that great of a boost. It's like so slight. It's something. It's not nothing. I'm not complaining. It is nice that it's there, but it's not the thing that's gonna get you to where you need to go. You know, you're still gonna need to put in the time. Yeah, most of the skills that I really want, I already have. And then there's some skills that I really want still, and I'll work towards them. They're not the type of skills that I need right now. Like for example, I really want to get my papyrus making up. Don't need it, I just want it. And so that one I'm gonna work on at some point. If my low skill, it does help in foraging botanizing. If I'm low skill, it does help in the forge botanizing skill. Wait, hold on. Ever? What do you mean? But I missed what I was saying, where you responded with the question ever. You went from 11 to 26. Yeah. I suppose. Okay, I might be just looking at this from a completely different perspective, right? Like, it's very possible. Like I've been playing this game for a long time, so I have like in my mind, if the skill isn't like 70, then it's like 70 would be like what I would consider mid. Like once I hit 70, I'm thinking, okay, I'm getting someplace. So if I can figure, like, let's say I want to get let's say I pick a skill. Let's say chain armor smithing. Okay, let's say I want to become a chain armor smith. Okay, currently my chain armor smithing is like 1, I think. Yeah, I'm picking it because it's one of my 1s. Same with shield smithing, right? Let's say, okay, I want to get my chain armor smithing up. So my first goal will be to get it to 70. Like just from here to 70, I'll probably be able to knock that off in like 1 to 50 in one sitting, and then 50 to 70 might take 2 more sittings. So like by the end of the week, I'm at 70, sort of thing. And that's where I would consider, with sleep bonus, with coffee, with everything, with all the things, I would just do all the things and get it to 70 in a few sittings. And that's where I would like consider, this is where the skilling starts. Like this is where the start of it is. You don't use none of that stuff? Why? See, that would bother me in the same way that me not picking these up bothers you. You neither? You don't use sleep bonus at all? Like, period? You don't use sleep bonus at all? You do know that sleep bonus doubles how much skill you get, right? Like 100% increase of skill gain. You forget you have it. Okay, so you don't play for skills. That's totally a valid way of playing as well. Yeah. Okay, totally. So maybe I was right when I said we're like looking at this from a completely different perspectives. Um, in in my mind, when I want to be incentivized to do something, yeah, to be incentivized to do something, I have to see the payout. The what benefit will I get if I do this? Ooh, I found a casket. Um, so like for example, papyrus making. I mentioned I want to get into papyrus making. The reason I would want to get into papyrus making is two reasons. One is making high quality paper more reliably for the archaeology journal entries, because the higher quality of the paper, the better the something. It could be I can't remember. It's like the cache, the number of rewards in the cache, or I don't know, something about there's some benefit to having higher quality paper, but also because I kind of want to get into bookmaking if ever they get the book system like working, because the quality of the paper increases the number of characters that get put onto the page. So I would want to make books with like filled with 99 quality paper, or however high I can get it to be, and make really long books with the highest quality ink and all that stuff. And that kind of appeals to me. Even though there's no real benefit to the books itself, having the skill gives benefit to making the books in the first place. So I like that. Like I did a similar thing with like alcohol. Like I made a whole bunch of alcohol, even though alcohol doesn't really do anything. But I did all the work to get the alcohol level, my alcohol making up, and now I can make 90 quality alcohol for the fun of it. So for me, that's my kind of fun. Now, what I'm doing here, what I love about this kind of project is I'm like permanently changing the way that this area is. That has always appealed to me in Wurm, is that I can take this place and change it to whatever I want it to be, and so that it has certain functionality. Like this function is going to be, I'll have a place to park my boat inside, and then I'll have a tunnel that leads to the Alliance tunnel that brings me. See, currently, if I want to get to the server border over here, my deed is right sitting down here. So I actually have to go around, like, I used to have to go all the way around this whole peninsula and out this bit until Ivy Song built a tunnel that went through this area right up here, just north of this peninsula, and as well carved out a little bridge underneath this little part where it looks like it's getting pinched off. So now I can take my boat around, go north, and then up the tunnel. But what I'm doing now is building a tunnel underneath my deed going north, so now I'll be able to go straight north, intersect the tunnel, and come out. Yeah, so that's like, I love this kind of project where I'm like changing this area so that it has this extra feature in it. And you're getting excellent benefit from from alcohol by raising action difficulty. No doubt, foraging and botanizing. I totally agree, and I have a ton of that stuff. However, I haven't encountered a situation in which I need that yet, and maybe I will at one point or another. And having the alcohol will be helpful for me at that point. Yeah. You like doing a little bit of everything, nothing set in one skill type or focus. Yeah. Yeah, I could probably. I mean, I guess I do have like a lot of things that I could say I'd like doing. I think if I were to list my top favorite things to do in Wurm, the first one would be mining, the second one would be terraforming, and the third one would be smithing. Of any kind of smithing, I really like the smithing process in this game, and of course, like other imping and. But I've also done almost everything else. Farming, I've tended to animals and raised animals. Like I'll list the things that I've done to like 90 quality level. Like I've actually done it enough that my skill got to 90 and I've been like at the 90 quality level. I've done animal husbandry, I've done the farming, I've done the gardening, beverage making and hot food cooking and all the priest stuff. I did all the priest stuff. So my channeling was up in the 90s. I've done, well, I guess now recently I did carpentry to 98 and fine carpentry to 92, so I did that. I did have a rope maker on the old server that was 95. What's funny is I never got digging to 90 on any of my tunes. I've never got digging to 90, even though I really love the terraforming process. What else have I done? I took weaponsmithing to 75, which is like I probably spent more time on that than any other skill. Would it help raising my mining? It would a little, like this process. But my mining is already 95.8. So it would help a little if I got it up higher than that, but currently it's already 95.8. So yeah, I've done the mining. Okay, I actually have an idea that just came to mind. So instead of making this a rock ramp, because the rock ramp will have this extra slope, what if I made this a bridge up to another building that was sitting here? So I built a building. Let me just see here. This is 2020. So this would be perfect for a 2-story building right here. That way I'll get an extra row here. Let me think here. And I can use that as a walkway. So I can walk, like make this flat. The bridge will go over. Yeah, this will leave it a lot more open too. So I can go underneath this bridge if I wanted to create something more that way. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So all of this is coming down. This is not smart because none of the building materials I have down here. I have it all up there. I think I still have this opportunity though. Can I, how steep is this? 53, 33, 45. No, okay. Not quite. I mined it down too steep. I could lower this though, and I can bring some stuff down. Alternatively, I could just be pushing. I could just push crates down here. I can drop them off up here and just push them down. Yeah, that's all. I'll do that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what skills do I have 90 on this character. Let's look at them now. Like, let's make a skill tracker of just 90 quality skills. Keep track of this. Load skill tracker. I have one empty one. Skill tracker options. I'll just call it 90. Okay. Definitely have find carpentry. Let's see if I have 10. Beverages is there. Blacksmithing. Masonry is so close to being there. Carpentry. I should check how close my fighting is. Is my fighting in the 80s? Hold on, can I sort them this way? I can? What the heck? Oh no, but not in any discernible way. Okay, so carpentry, fine carpentry. Mining is also there, so mining. Prospecting. I got prospecting to 90. Let's save that for now. Let's see where I'm here. 2 more. You finally got a skill to 90 last month? Farming. Nice. Congratulations. And for somebody who doesn't work on skills, that's and no sleep bonus. I'm not sure what to do with this like landing over here. Yeah, prospecting, I literally got it to 90.006 and then I stopped. Masonry will be there very soon. It'll probably be next week, like 1 week from now. I'll have 90 for sure. Like, I think just today I got a whole point. And this is how much sleep bonus I still have after that. Like, the sleep bonus was full, but I still have 4 hours and 14 minutes after spending, I think it was an hour, approximately an hour, maybe just a little more than an hour on masonry today, and I got a whole skill point. Just shy of a skill point. Okay, fighting is 81. Okay, so quite a bit far off from 90. I guess I won't count pickaxe. That skill doesn't really count. My restoration is 84. That's getting there. It's almost 90. Beverages. Beverages. Oh, I got beverages. Blacksmith, got that. Gardening is 87. I got to work on that too. So I got a bunch that are really close, that are on the verge of becoming 90. That's it looks like. Okay. So let's activate that one. Let's make these like how I like it. All the decimal places. Okay, so those are my 90 skills on this character. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. So there's a couple that are like close, right? Like I can get the... Okay, so carp is your highest, 84. Digging comes second at 77. And masonry comes in at 69. So memers, when you say you don't use any sleep bonus, is it like you're digging away and you just, like, you've never had that situation where you're digging away and you just turn on sleep bonus while you're digging? Or do you do that, like you just turn on sleep, or is it that you turn on sleep bonus? You only use sleep bonus for your paving and building. Oh, those are two very interesting things to use sleep bonus for. And you're using them while you're doing the, okay, so building is actually pretty good skill, I'd say. It's not the best, but it's actually pretty decent. Paving is only decent if it's in a building. But if, like, let's say you're putting stone on a road, I don't know how much, I don't know if that's worth putting sleep bonus on. You need your carp to a certain level to play in your castle. Right. And maybe is it that you're like against doing like grinding, like you just don't want to grind at all? Yeah, then paving I need higher because of the marble slab flooring, right. The only time you lose sleep bonus is when Holy Crop has been cast and you need to burn it. Right. But why do I bother? Because I just fill it up and it sits the next one. Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. If you're not gonna burn your sleep bonus regularly, there's no point in burning it for that. And Dimjisk, I missed your message. Mining is your best one, but you're like new. Okay, that's fair. Totally fair. Everybody's got to start at the beginning. And fighting is 85. Okay, so that's higher than mine even. But to be fair, I also don't use sleep bonus for fighting ever. I don't think sleep bonus actually works for fighting, now I think about it. Only for the other skills that you get when fighting. Okay, so you fight a lot, it sounds like. At 85 fighting. And memers, you're at 70 fighting. 70 is actually the magic number. That once you hit 70 fighting, that's when you can take on pretty much anything in the game. But it's also the point where fighting becomes really slow after 70. It's almost like it has a different rule for how much skill you're going to get at 70. Yeah, if you're going to start Wurm Online fresh today, what skills would I focus on in what order? I can tell you exactly what I would focus on and in what order. Okay. Are you asking if it was me or like generally? Because if it was me, it would be based off of what I personally enjoy. But I can give you like a general sort of like guide for what you should, depending on what you enjoy. You should pick at minimum one gathering skill that will go hand in hand with the one crafting skill that you want to work on first. Okay, so it could, like for me, it'll be mining and blacksmithing. That's what I would do first. There are certain skills that you're gonna have to get up anyway that are just gonna happen just by doing the game. So you're gonna be doing wood cutting, digging, like, and mining, those three things. But none of the like so you're not a skiller type player, you're just okay, so totally that playing the game just normally. But you're also faced with this problem where you need higher paving for a specific purpose, right? And this is the situation in which I look at that going, okay, if I need my skill to be here in order to reach this purpose, I'm going to start looking into, okay, well, what kinds of things can I do to make that skill go up faster? even if it's I want to just keep doing the same thing I'm doing, but if I just augment like when I use my sleep bonus, or whether or not I figure out how coffee works, or there's certain that you can continue playing exactly how you would normally, but like things like if you turn on your sleep bonus but you're not sure whether or not that's translating to better skill gain, because it doesn't always, by the way. Sleep bonus does not always translate to faster skill gain. Like I think that there's value in like learning those ins and outs, those little tricks of the trade that will get you there faster. So just let me finish Grix's like the list of the skills. So you're for sure like okay. Focus on. This is I have to interpret what you mean. What skills would I focus on? When I say focus on, I mean like those are the ones that are going to go up fastest. There's always going to be skills that need to go up, like carpentry, woodcutting, masonry has to go up, which means your stone cutting also has to go up. Like these are the ones that are going to go up to about 30 on their own, just because you're doing the things that you're doing. So when I focus on a skill, that's like me saying that number is going to go to 70 now. And I would probably, my personal preference is mining, blacksmithing. Yeah, mining, blacksmithing. But it could be fine carpentry. It could be farming. It could be animal husbandry. It could be whatever you're like. This is the thing about this game is like, it's literally whatever you want it to be. Whatever you're interested, whatever you like doing. That's what I would recommend spending your time like focusing on. Find the things that you enjoy, because almost everything in this game has money making capacity. Like at least the things I just listed for sure would have money making capacity. Some people might go, I'm going to go weaponsmithing, which weaponsmithing has a high money making capacity, but it's also the hardest skill to get up and the hardest one to make it through. So maybe like for me, for a person like me who knows all the ins and outs about how to skill up, and let's say a new server opens up and I'm of the mindset of I'm going to make the most amount of money I possibly can make, I would probably push for weaponsmithing. Weaponsmithing has the highest capacity for sustained income over a long period of time. If a new server opens up and you want a quick buck, I can tell you from experience that leatherworking is a great skill, but then it drops off, like it stops working because everybody gets their leathers working up. Yeah, the taller the castle, the higher the paving skill. Need to make marble slab flooring past like 4th floor. Yes, I did have a focus when I first started playing Wurm, and that was fighting skill because I hated dying all the time. So I started going to rifts and gaining from them. Nice, yeah. I can give you a very good tip for getting your paving up real fast. Paving is actually a pretty quick skill. It's a really easy strategy, but it requires improving. So, but paving goes up really fast if you improve cat's eyes. Yeah. Improving cat's eyes. Making them barely gets any skill. Improving them, all the skill. I did it for a little bit on this character. Not long, though. What's my paving on this character? Oh, goodness. 50. I got my skill to 50. Probably in a day. Imping cat's eyes. Oh, you already knew that. Okay. Yeah, like I literally, like, somebody was like, we were okay. What was it? What it was that we wanted to make the highway. This was relatively early on in the server. We wanted to actually make the cat's eyes. And what sucks about cat's eyes is that in order to plant them, they need to be 10 quality. And when you make them, they don't come out 10 quality. So you got to improve them to 10 quality. Unless your skill is 50 and then they come out at 10 quality. So I am like, okay, I'm just going to spend the time. I'm going to grind my skill up to 50 so that when I make a cat's eye, it comes out at 10 quality. Because it didn't take that long. It might have been a few hours. So not even a day. Okay, like a few hours. But the trick to it is you need to have Circle of Cunning on your chisel and on a rock shard. You get sleep bonus on, and now you have the option of using coffee and affinity food for paving. So those are the things that I would probably do. Yeah, Circle of Cunning on the rock shard. Yeah. What's nice about rock shards is that as long as you don't consume it completely, you can always combine it with another rock shard to increase the weight. So I have a rock shard that has high Circle of Cunning and high WOA cast on it. And as I'm using it to improve, as its weight goes down, when it gets low, I'll just combine it with another rock shard and it goes back up. You can do the same with clay for pottery, or even just mortar making. If you put WOA on a piece of clay, it'll speed up your mortar making. And you can continually keep it because you can always just keep adding more clay to that clump of clay. Animal husbandry too, if it's new cluster, 100%. Animal husbandry is a moneymaker on a new cluster for sure. And it continues maintaining, like, animal husbandry is another one that can continue making you money. But you gotta, like, put in the work. You have to really like it. Because those animals, boy, they take a lot of effort. Every day you gotta be keeping track of the new babies and culling the old ones and sorting them and breeding them. And yeah, that's a daily thing. What I like about the idea of weaponsmithing is that it's not a daily thing. It's like a whenever you want to thing. You can spend time just imping weapons, but, you know, somebody in the trade chat want to buy a weapon imp to 90. Yep, okay, send it my way. This person here, PC Forge imp to from 90 to 95 quality, right? So if you are a mason right now that is able to improve to 95 quality. Wait, Dimjisk, that's you. You're in here. You're wanting to buy. You're forged to 95. So, Grix, if you're still there, masonry is like people want these sorts of. Now, obviously, some skills have a higher chance. Yeah, you made a stream 2 days ago. Okay, nice. Yeah, like I would say, like, don't look at that and think masonry is the way to go. Very, very rarely will you see somebody who has a supreme forge that needs it to go to 95. Yeah. Mining and blacksmithing, yeah. But I'll often see fine carpentry. People want fine carpentry improvements. Blacksmithing is one of the things that I really like doing because it's very useful. There's lots of items. The problem with blacksmithing is that everybody also does blacksmithing. Like, there's so many blacksmiths. So if somebody says, want to buy an imp to 95 for blacksmithing, like you'll get 7 or 8 people responding. So like I wouldn't say it really depends on what your individual goals are. You're in a different situation than I'd be in the sense that I'd probably have I'm the type of player who pays for my premium, so I'm not like looking to make the money for premium. So a lot of the decisions I'm making are not with money making in mind. They're often with just enjoyment. What is going to give me the most enjoyment? Blacksmithing gives me a lot of enjoyment because everybody needs tools, right? Everybody needs tools. And if I'm the one who's able to make a 90 quality pickaxe for that person who needs that 90 quality pickaxe, like that's the enjoyment I get out of it. Is somebody needs something, I'm able to make it. And blacksmithing has a lot of things in it that you can make. Horseshoes, all the tools, hatchets, hammers, trowels. Nice. Archaeology 67. And a 0.1 increase. Is that because you have it set to only show you every 0.1 increase? Or was that a 0.1 increase? Because that's a huge increase. But I'm going to guess it's probably because you have it set to only show you every 0.1. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So many different ways. People play this game in so many different ways. you know. See, for me, I cannot have this on every 0.1 increase. It has to be on every increase. And the reason is because I'm always curious to know how much skill I'm getting. Right? Like, for example, in the tasks that I'm doing right now, there is no reason for me to be putting on sleep bonus. Like, I know for a fact that putting on sleep bonus will increase the skill gain by nothing in this scenario. And the reason I know this is because I spent so much time looking at this window. So watch it with me, right? I'll just mine. We'll mine 6 times. Like, let's see how many times I get a mining tick here. Mining. No mining ticks so far. 0 mining ticks. Yep, again, none. Again, none. Right? So if I had sleep bonus on right here, it would double my skill gain. However, my skill gain is 0. So doubling 0 is still 0. Right? Still no mining. And I'm going to venture to say the next 1,000 actions, I will still get 0 mining. Now, without the 0.1, if you have it set to 0.1 increase, you'll never know that. Like, you'll never know whether you're getting mining skill ticks. Maybe they're just too small, so you won't see them. Yeah, you had it on 0.1, and now you'll switch it back to 1. Exactly. I know, it's like I know that I've seen lots of people play this way. I can't. I'm like the opposite. I have to see every last single one. I really want to know, is this action giving me body strength? Is it giving me body control? Which I know it is doing both of those things. Mining is one of the best actions for those 2 things if you want those 2 things to go up. But you'll only know if it's doing what you want it to do if you see it here. You're never going to see. Like, what's the chances that you're looking at the screen at the moment that you get that 1 whole increase in body strength? Very unlikely. Wait, where are we in time? Is that 12? Okay. Let's get these going back here. I'm standing in the killer's place. Okay. Get this last one. Is this 20, right? 20? Perfectly 20. Good. Yeah, I was thinking, I think it was Bloody Durango was in here last week and earlier today too. I don't know if he's still here, but he was mentioning that he's at this point where every one of his skills is at least 50, except for a couple of them, like 8 or something like that. And he's working on those final 8 to get it. So he wants to get it to the point where every single one of his skills is minimum 50. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of insane. But the benefit of this is that you get all the titles, right? Like your title, like if I do /titles, right? This gets filled up with an insane amount of titles, right? And I kind of like the idea of titles. Like I'd be willing to put in the work for the titles. So I'm thinking like 50 is not that hard to get most skills. And it might be like a worthy endeavor to like just sit down and get each and every skill up to 50. Hey, Milkman, that's funny. You've been doing the same thing? Nice. Yeah, it's like, it seems like something worth doing almost, you know? Yeah, it's cool. You have 33 titles so far? Nice. I don't know how many titles I have actually. How do you know? Does it say? 86. Okay, I have 86 titles. Which is not like, I mean, I'm curious to know how many my other tuna actually has. Whether he has less than that or more. I almost feel like this character is more skilled than my old original tune. Even though I spent way more time on the original tune. But the thing that this tune does not have is the body stats. Like I think my body strength on my other tune is like almost 60, if not 60. Body is for sure 60, well into the 60s. I think my body strength was either like it was about to be 60, and or it is 60. But aside from this characteristics, this character has way more stats. And I think the characteristics just came from the sheer amount of surface mining that my character did. I did so much surface mining on my other character. It was not even funny. Am I going to get 50 channeling? That's a good question. I'm curious to know now if Bloody Durango has, done that for channeling, religion, for example, like these skills. I'm going to venture to say he has, though, because he's a PvP player, so I'm almost guaranteeing that he was a priest at some point. But for me, I'm definitely not going to complete this challenge, but it would be a fun thing to just start working on some skills and get them to 50 for no reason other than to get them to 50. Like, for example, let's get my toy making up to 50. Wait, that actually might not be needed because I think I already have my toy making at 50. I do. Yeah, okay, so let's get my toys to 50. I actually did that in one sitting, from 0 to 50 in one sitting for toy making. For the chessboard. I did it for the chessboard. Working on that now, up to 58. Nice. Yeah, you end up with piles of interesting stuff. You built a longhouse for all of it. Ah, interesting. Yeah. So toys. I should start working on toys. I'm curious to know. So like just so far, body stamina I gotten 0.057 and body strength 0.035. Interesting. It's not very much. There are other activities that can do this better. Yeah, and the mind logic. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna just put this in a pile for a second. That they don't what? Right. These act as decorations. What? Okay. They don't pile. I've seen people making those words out of them. I'm accidentally doing the wrong thing. Ugh. I combined some 96 quality ones. Let's do this. Okay. That's a shame. Oh well. Can't do anything about it now. What's happening here? Yeah. I wonder what the reason for them not making this into piles was. It that they wanted them to be decorative as well? So there's a couple items that I would really like to do that instead of combine into a pile. Like, for example, a dioptra. I feel like a dioptra should not clump into a pile. At least this way I'll have some of the 96 quality shards separate. These cows. How did they get in here? They probably walked into that one door up at the top there. dig me up and transport me unceremoniously away from. What a good tune. Yeah, I need to drink and eat, I think. How many tiles is this bridge going to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 5. And if it's a stone bridge, does it have to be a stone building? Right, a stone bridge can only go to a stone building. Says who? I'm asking. I'm not saying. Guess it does sound like I'm saying, but I am asking. Like, can I build a wood building and attach a stone bridge to it? I just help make a rope bridge to a stone building. Okay, yes. I'm not saying due to the mismatch of the material types. I'm wondering about the structure. Like, will it prevent me by saying the stone structure will not be supported by the wood building? Kind of have a memory. Well, I kind of have a memory of that, but I don't remember for sure. For sure. You don't think there's a restriction? Like, you know how there's that restriction where you can't build a bridge if there's a window on the building below the bridge? Like, there's like restrictions. Bridges are weird. Or like they can't go over cave openings. Yeah, yeah, they're weird. So I kind of have this memory of like trying to build a stone bridge but on a wooden building and having problems with it, but I can't remember exactly what the problems were. Whether it was because there was a door below, or whether there's a window below, or whether it was because it was wooden. I can't remember. They can't go. Yeah. See, they can't go over cave openings. I think that was like a technical limitation. I don't think it was a design choice. It was they can't get it to they can't get the code to work, so they just left it that way. And I remember at first thinking, I had thought that you weren't able to. They weren't able to be adjacent to cave openings, but turns out that they are. Oh, that's flat. That's flat. Leave that flat. Okay. What's happening here? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Nothing can be built under them at all, no matter how high up the build bridges. Yes, yes. That is also a limitation that's technical rather than a design choice. So it's because the bridge itself acts like a building, so you can't have a building on top of a building, is what the problem is. Like, I've always been an advocate for allowing bridges inside of buildings. I think that will open up a ton of interesting building options if you can put a bridge inside of a building. But doesn't seem like that's going to ever happen. And maybe this ties into another topic of conversation, which is the direction of the development of this game. For a long time, the development of this game has always been, let's add something new. Or if they're going to take something and change it, they change it to something completely new, right? Like the fishing system. They take the fishing that's there and change it to something completely new. And or like they'll add something like archaeology, something that's like completely new. But it's been a really long time since the development has been on something that is currently existing and trying to fix it to be better. Right? Like take multi-story building and try to fix it so that all the issues with multi-story building are resolved and allow for more creative options for multi-story building, let's say. Like, it's been ages since we've had an update that tackles something like that. Technically, you can have a building on top of a building. It just becomes one same building, right? Yeah, no, but I think it definitely has to do with the way that the multi-story building is coded right now. Is very, like, the person that did the multi-story buildings was a volunteer dev who left right after that. Like, they made multi-story and then they left, and nobody touched it since, because nobody like, nobody wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole, because it's like in such a non-optimized way. Yeah, tech debt at work, exactly. It's so, like, it's done in such a spaghetti code way, I guess, or some way that's just messed up. But then the real problem happens when you start doing things like allowing bridges to connect to buildings on multi-story, and now all of a sudden all the bridge code is intertwined with the multi-story code, so any change to the multi-story code will completely obliterate the bridge code, which, by the way, the bridge code was done by a different volunteer dev. So it's like a lot of the reason why the game is the way it is currently is because of a lot of that kind of stuff. Some volunteer dev did something, everybody loved it. It didn't work perfectly, but it worked okay. And then some other volunteer dev completely coded a whole bunch of stuff on top of that stuff that previous one did. Yeah, no more volunteers. I mean, Wurm has thrived off of volunteer devs and continues to do so. Many of the devs that are working on this game currently are volunteer devs. Yeah, if you get rid of the volunteer devs, there will be no development of this game. There's not enough paid devs to do anything substantial, unfortunately. But that's the reality of the situation. I wonder if there's a limit to how many of these I could put on a tile. Okay. So here's where I wanted to put the building. It's going to be 2 stories. I just thought of something that's going to mess it all up. But maybe it's different in a mine. No, it's different in a mine. Wurm needs to pay for devs, in your opinion. Yeah. I mean, they do pay for devs too, but the problem is Wurm doesn't make enough money to pay enough devs. That's the real problem. So Wurm, this is why they're in the state that they're in, like where they're trying to monetize everything, and everybody's like griping about how the monetization is just getting out of hand. But the reality is that if they don't do this, then they won't be able to develop the game anymore. Yes, not big enough to pay devs. And don't get me wrong, they pay some devs, right? Some of the devs are full-time paid employees. But not enough. It's like might be 3 of them or something. I don't know exactly. I shouldn't say. But it's definitely not enough people to develop an MMO. And it's always been that way. This game has always been a passion project of, you know, I'm sure when Rolf and Notch dreamed up of this game, they were like kids, probably like early 20s maybe, and they were just coding it together, and then they got friends to help them, and then people started playing it, and those who fell in love with it started helping with the development of it. And it was in that mode for as long as I remember, up until the moment Rolf sold it. It was always in that weird kind of like, yeah, like half a real game, half a basement project game, you know? Personally, they need to make Wurm 2.0, like leave this one on, start a new one, have better development, right? But who's going to fund that? Right? Who's going to pay for the development of that new one? And how are you going to pay for the devs? Okay, what am I up here for? I'm up here for building materials. So I need to, here, hold on. What I should have done is grabbed all the stone shards that are down there first. Okay, let's consolidate some of this stuff. What's in this one? Okay, and then I'm gonna need at least one. Let's make the one, what do you call it? The thing we've been making, support beams. Let's make the one support beam. So it's 4 of these. 2 ribbons. What? And then two of these. Yeah, let's put these together. It would have to be shared out, right? Right. Would you be willing to take that deal if it meant for the next 6 years Wurm would not get any more development, and you won't see Wurm 2.0 for 6 years? Because I think that would be the case if there was like 50 people working on it. It would take like 6 years. A 10-year shareholder might get something in return, right? Maybe, yeah. I see what you're saying. I see if it was shared out. I see what you're saying. Like that is, if so in order for that to work, people would have to believe that this project will make it. right? People would have to believe in the project. That if I put $1 million right now, that I will get that money back and more when the game launches. And $1 million won't go a long way in this project here. Because that way they would put in effort to get the game at least gets a return to break even. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think anybody's gonna invest in a game to break even. Only those who are passionate about it, and there's not gonna be enough of those people. Yeah. Video game industry is rough. And it's, as much as we all know that the best games come out of the basement project style it's like that isn't a viable business model, unfortunately. Let's grab that. I'll put it in with the materials. I do want to clear out those rock shards, but now I can't think of how to do that. Just can't think of how to do it. Okay, so we just need to get a billionaire hooked on Wurm. Problem solved. That would probably solve the problem. But the number of games that want that. Yeah, I told my son this because he wants to start making one of his own. I told him he needs to learn marketing and networking and lots more. How old's your son? Tweet at Elon. I totally would recommend to keep your 16. Yeah. So get him to make a game first. I would if this is something he's interested in. And he feels like he has the skill. Whoops, I don't want those. He feels like he has the skills for it. He should go for it. Like make a game. And it doesn't have to be a game fully. It could be like the concept of the game. Make the proof of concept, which will get him used to like getting like. Sure, you need all those other things. You're totally right about the other things, but you can't even start the other things without a game. Like you need the game first. So, and getting to the proof of concept stage is like if you're a 16-year-old. No. The concept, it's not going to sell. The problem, here's the thing, is that okay. If you okay, it's like that the age-old problem of like telling a kid never to be like, don't become a comedian because you're never going to make any money. Don't become a magician because you're never going to make any money. Don't become a da-da-da, whatever it is, because you're never going to make any money. But the reality is that if they don't start something, they're not going to make any money. Like, they got to start something. They got to like work on the okay. So make games, but and you never know that there is a chance that the game becomes something that makes money. But if it doesn't, then he has the experience of having made a game, so he can make another one that has the potential of making money. You know, like the more you work at it, the more skills you gain, and all the other things will eventually come if it's the right thing, right? Like if he hits the right thing, he finds like this concept is the thing that's going, like everybody's going to love this concept as a game, then you can start talking about, okay, what is the marketing going to look like? What is the this and that and the other things and all the other. But that process of making it in the first place will result in networking. Oh, do Jensen. Thank you so much for that sub, do Jensen. Must be morning time. Must be getting to morning time in Europe. I'm gonna unload this right here. He's taking coding classes and graphic lessons, web design, and a few others. He's all over the map. So all those things are totally valuable skills when it comes to this sort of stuff. So I would just keep encouraging him. You never know. You might have like there might be something on the other end of this that you would never expect. Okay, is this gonna drain my stamina? It does drain my stamina to pull this down. Whoops. I'm pushing it. No, stop pushing. What's this one? This one's mortar. $7 a.m. So yes. Yep. Okay, I'm out of stamina. You always tell them what to do, what you love, and have fun, and it may become your job, and then your job will be fun. 100%. A coworker of mine, he's a teacher now, and his brother, his younger brother, got into coding when he was younger, and so my coworker tells me all the time that his brother keeps telling him, just learn coding, because if you learn coding, there's like so much opportunity. Oh, I'm pushing again. No, stop pushing. Okay, does this one have bricks? Yeah. And like his brother works, first worked at Apple, and then switched to Google. And he's like, there's so many opportunities if you know how to code. And of course, his brother started coding in the same way, like making video games, thinking he's gonna make video games the rest of his life. But sure, that didn't pan out, but it's like now you have this skill that at least currently, at least for now, is desirable. And no doubt using AI is going to be another skill that's going to be very desirable. Okay, so this tile right here, reinforce this one. Your youngest ran a GTA private server for a while, learned quite a bit of scripting, database stuff, etc. Plus a whole lot about dealing with people. Yes, totally. Okay, and he made a simple web page for fun about a year ago. I think it's still active. Very cool. Now, I'm not sure how viable web pages are these days, but back when I was young, making a web page was very lucrative. I had a friend, he made a web page about fixing toilets. That was it. The whole web page was about fixing toilets. How to fix your toilet. I think that web page still is making him money. It's like trickling in, right? But you make that web page trickling in money. You make another web page, and you just keep making web pages like this, and the money just trickles in from all different directions. Okay, I'm at this point where this question needs to be answered. So when you're outside of a cave, it's not how tall I'm going to build. I'm going to build 2 stories high. But when I'm outside of a cave, 2 stories high means that the bridge must be 4 tiles long to get to the top. And the reason why it's 4 is because each bridge can only go a maximum of 20 slope. And each wall is 30 slope high. So 2 stories would be 60 slope, and you would think that 3 tiles would be like 20, 40, 60 would make it to the top. But that's not the case, because when you're outside, the first floor that you make is 33 slope high. And then every subsequent is only 30. Right. First floor is 33. They made front-end stuff complicated now. It used to be almost relaxing to code up some plain HTML. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so my question is that 3 extra slope a thing inside mines as well? Now I do have 4 tiles here. I do have 4 tiles to work with here. I just would prefer it to be 3. The first floor being 33. So, oh, okay. So the reason why the first floor is 33 is to accommodate the floor. You know how when you build a floor, the floor that you build is like a little bit raised from the ground? If it isn't, use concrete to raise it. But yeah. So like that was the other option, is that I'll raise the stone here by 3. I just don't know how much I want to. I might as well just leave this at 3 for now. But I don't want to. I want to test it. I want to see. Can I? Oh, I know how I can test it. Okay, so I'll leave this one at 3. Yeah, I'll leave this one at 3. Yeah, I'll just test it. Plan the bridge, then demolish the plan. Yeah. But I won't be able to test it this way because I want to leave this at 3 slope. I don't want to mine this down, test it, and if it doesn't work, have to raise this by 3. I want to do the other way around. I want to test it, and if I can get away with this being flat, then I'll flatten this. But if I can't, but I thought of a way of testing it, so we'll do that. Oh, and I just remembered my masonry is up there now. Okay, so leave that at 3 for now. So because my masonry is up there, this should take no time at all. So I'm going to make the bottom, these 2 arches. I think I'll make the back one arch as well. Okay. So let's plan this building. Let's finalize this building. Let's switch to my trowel. Where's my trowel? Just pull it out. I think I just finished imping my trowel too. If I could just find it. Ugh. Okay, I'll just search for it. Trowel. That's so messed up. It's in the backpack I was looking at. It's in this backpack right here. There it is. Okay. Okay, and then add this to the crafting window. And let's make it a plain stone versus stone. The plain stone has no border, right? The plain stone arch. I think that's right. Okay, one of these has mortar. Sweet, I believe in you. Okay, so let's get 60 mortar in here. Whoops. 60. Let's get 6. Oh. Put back 20 of these. Eight. Oh boy. I cannot carry very much. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, these actions are a little bit longer than my carpentry actions, but not by much. Okay, stone bricks. All right. No? What happened? Oh, I ran out of stone. Okay, and this one also arch. I am debating. I don't think I'm going to need to make this one an arch. Whether I like, if this gets mine down later and I open it up that, I think it'll be enough to just be able to go around it. And if later I want it to be an arch, I can always change it to be an arch then. All right. I also, let's save this skill tracker and let's load. I want to see, does this give me any masonry whatsoever by doing this? It looks like it's not giving me anything. 0 masonry. Okay, so this one also is going to be an arch. I would have thought I would get some masonry from this. Hey Val, what's going on? I did have a lovely Christmas. I hope yours went well as well. And I'm sure the grandkids were having the time of their life. It is the kids' time of year, isn't it? And Desmadak, I haven't really tuned on Twitch since the maze was starting to be built. Does Fayran still play Wurm these days in stream? He does not, unfortunately. He doesn't really play computer as much very much anymore. We had a great time, thanks. Yeah, glad to hear it. Yeah, Fayran does not play video games really all that much. He'll dabble here and there, but he's gotten to be very busy and has let the video game sort of stuff go to the side. His job definitely has to do with video games, so like he gets his fill of video games that way. I think I'll make this one just a wall. Yeah, he'll play a game here and there. Giving Wurm another throw of the dice, I see. Absolutely. Always. Yeah. Yeah, Wurm is always going to be there, I think, for me. I'm trying to convince Brian to try out Enshrouded with me. That one's coming soon. Enshrouded. And if you haven't had a chance to check it out, yeah, check it out. It's coming soon. I think January 24th, if I remember correctly. They're going to release their early access. Okay, I need to climb back up there. Because now I remember I need those. I need the wood. Yeah, you're waiting on Enshrouded? Yeah, yeah. Waiting in the sense of waiting until after it gets out of early access, or are you gonna... You're waiting for it, the early access to start? Because I totally understand if you were gonna wait until the early access was done. A lot of games are like that, you know. Oh yeah, you'll be diving to early access. Yeah. So yeah, totally. It is definitely one of those games that looks like it's gonna be. Now I know you couldn't stand Valheim. I forgot to put my climbing on. You couldn't stand Valheim. I'm wondering how this will fare in comparison. Because to me, it seems very similar in style to Valheim. Yeah, the style of the game is similar-ish. The graphics is different for sure. The combat appears slightly different. The building is more voxel-based, so it's more like I want the wall to go here, and then it like plops it there, and then I want to carve out a window from there so I can pull out the little voxels out of the window, that sort of thing. It's your only worry, but you can't judge it until you played it. Yeah, totally. Did you get a chance to play the playtest, like the demo that they had going? Maybe 24. And then I need small nails. I think. Plan ladder. Oh, and I have to switch to my hammer. That's annoying. Okay. PAX Day, 100%. Totally waiting for that too. No, I think that's how it's spelled. Yeah. You don't really like trying demos, to be honest. More often than not, they put me off a game. Yeah. So I hopped into the demo, and after 30 minutes, I'm like, "Yep, this is the game," and I turned off the demo because I didn't want to play it out. You know, I just wanted to see like, what is this game about? You know, saw what it was about, and I thought, "Yep, I want to play this game." Okay, hold on. Let's just pull this in here. I'm climbing, I think. See? PAX Day, I'll talk about PAX Day in just a second. Did I ever look into a game called Outward? It's more adventure simulator than building game. I did see... Whoops. I did see that game. I didn't try it, though. And I watch people play it, and it seems like every time I watch somebody play it, all they're doing is running across vast swaths of land. It looks like a running simulator. Can I grab from here? Did they block that? No. Okay, good. Okay. Plan a wall. Now, Outward's supposed to be decent. It's as cheap as chips in the sale right now. Yeah. Definitely a lot of running. Okay. Yeah, I heard people like it. Yeah, the demo we were talking about was for Enshrouded. Okay, let's go back to PAX Day though a bit. PAX Day, it looks extremely promising as a potential Wurm replacement. Potentially, it's hard to say just yet. I'm gonna make all of these walls just regular walls. It looks like it's going for a similar thing as Wurm is. Build your homestead, animals farm, mining, crafting, the whole thing. Player-driven economy, open world, sandbox, MMO, the whole thing. And then on top of that, they're going for full-scale, full loot PvP as well. Which is like the same as Wurm, right? Like it's like the vision of PAX Day is the same as the vision for Wurm. Like when Rolf was making this game, he wanted it 100% to be full loot PvP everywhere. So with that in mind, like the design choices that they're going to be making are going to be along the same lines. It's going to be hard to make things. It's going to be even harder to destroy them. It's going to take a long time to get progress in that game. And it's going to feel a lot like Wurm, in my opinion. Based on what I've seen, it looks very much like they're designing it in a similar way. Based on what I've seen from the playtests, I haven't seen very much, probably same as much as you have seen. Yeah, and I haven't gotten to play it either. Right, if they do manage to come through on what they say, this is where the worry comes from, right? Because it seems like they're saying all the right things. They have a vision that is looking amazing. But based on the playtests, it looks like they are very far away. Not just far away. It looks like they're very far away from where they want it to be. You can choose to avoid PvP. It's a choice. But they're also making sure that PvP and PvE rely on each other. I'm not sure exactly to what extent they must rely on each other, but they're supposed to be like, yeah, we don't know exactly how. Only in so far as what they've said, but was not very much, but they have said that they're going to be really like tied to each other in the sense that those who are fighting on the front are going to need those crafters on the PvE side to be fueling that. The fighters aren't going to be doing the crafting, and the crafters aren't going to be doing the fighting. Or you could do both, but if you're going to be doing both, you're splitting your time. They also have said that they want every individual to feel that they have a huge impact on the outcome of things. Yeah, it's definitely not bad. Obviously, the PvP area is going to be vying for resources that are no doubt going to be valuable for the crafters. Yeah, similar way to Albion Online. Yes, probably. The developers are, half of the developers come from EVE Online. So this is an experienced group of developers in this style of game. The PvE kind of like, for like the risk versus reward, you can almost be certain that the risk versus reward incentives are going to be balanced correctly, or at least we can be more confident that they'll be better here than in a random game. The developers are known to in the industry at least. So that's good. It's hard to say whether or not they're going to get everything just right, you know. I'm sure everybody's tried the game is like under an NDA, so we're not going to hear much about exactly what it is right now, but I think currently it's in a really early state. I think I don't even think combat's in yet. I don't think you can do combat in the game yet. So they have placeholder combat right now. And so right now, all they're testing is the resource gathering and the what do you call it? The crafting, like the crafting and the building. So my feeling is that it's still a ways off. It's not anytime soon. So I am excited for it. I'm hopeful that it's going to pan out. I'm not holding my breath for it just yet because it seems too early. Enshrouded, on the other hand, is like on the verge of being released. We'll all have access to the early access in a few weeks from now. And so that's like my next on my list of things I'm looking forward to. Yeah, maybe a bit better, but Eve devs never want you to feel 100% safe anywhere but inside a station. Right. So it's definitely a different philosophy than Eve. And they've come out with like videos explaining exactly their thought process here. They seem to understand that there is some benefit to having a PvE element that tailors to PvE style players, and also to have a PvP element that tailors to PvP players. And they have talked about the connection between those two is something that they're going to be focusing on. Like they're going to try to, it seems to be that their plan is that those two groups of players are going to be working together and going to feel the incentives to work together. Now, how they're going to do that, like we'll have to wait and see what they end up doing. But at least like the design philosophy, the idea, that the premise that they're going for here sounds like it has promise. Oh wait, I have the planks and small nails. Yeah. If it ends up too PvP heavy, I am sure it won't be for me. I'm too old to have any reactions faster than the snails these days, but only time will tell. Yep, totally. Only time will tell. We'll have to see what it looks like. Right, because there might be like PvP part of PvP not requiring that Twitch combat style, but it could be like running supplies, or it could be like, I don't know, manning the catapults, where I don't know, like who knows what it could end up being. Okay, so now's the time to test this out. Let's put this away. And if I had thought ahead, I would have brought the dioptra. Oh, you know what? We need 2 people to do this anyway, so let's log in Xander. Oof. The biggest problem you have with PvP is when PvP has no purpose and exists just for its own sake. Give it a purpose and a cost. Put some limitations on when it's allowed, and maybe it can avoid being an empty gank box within 6 months. Yeah. I do also not like that about PvP games. What quality is this? Okay, that seems good enough. Oh, I need the range pull. As well. Ultima Online had PvP perfectly done in the beginning. PvPers PK'd and PvP'd PvEers crafted the PvEer weapons and armor as it was full loot, and it worked perfectly. Okay. Yeah. Sounds right. So now it seems as though it's similar, that like PAX Day seems to have a similar idea. PvEers craft the gear for the PvP players to go out to the dangerous areas. And I feel like the dangerous areas have PvE objectives as well. Boss fights and other things. But those objectives are being vied for they're being vied for by different factions. So different factions are trying to get these PvE objectives, but are fighting with other players to get there. Okay. So the way I'm going to test this is these 3 floors are flat here, right? Let me just double check. Xander does not have the skill to check that. Flat, flat, flat. Okay. I'm going to move these stone shards over as well. Okay, this one too. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. How does this work exactly? 1, 2, 3, and I'll stand on this corner right here, right? Okay. And this is not to plan the bridge itself, but this is going to be the... What do you call it? Just the test. Okay, hold on, I missed a bunch. In your experience, all the red con dreadlords all had innocent blue alts do all their town life stuff. So the imagined penalties for being a killer was effectively avoided. I see. Okay, back then though, 1999, I had reactions. I had reactions of a mongoose, so I was fine. Same, I dabbled in both crowds. These days I'm old and I just want you to stay off my lawn. Yeah, not in 98, 99, they did not, though. Back then it was hard to level your characters. After 2000, it took a nosedive. Yeah, you were there for the first beta. When you're young and have all day to play, yeah. Yeah, this is Ultima Online speak. I don't know much about how Ultima Online was. I never really played it. Look at that. You see? This is what I'm talking about. Hold on. How do I get in here? You see the glow when I hover over Xander? Look how nice that looks. It is kind of small, but looks so good compared to what it used to. Anyway. You assist you. Okay, so hold on. Forget how to build a bridge. So how do I do this? Activate plant? No. Hold. There it is. Okay, and then I look down there. This,
Hey,
and I right click and I plant a bridge. Yeah, the poles first, yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I totally understand what they are. Even though I know nothing about UO, I can tell exactly what those things are. Yeah, but those were not there in the beta. Even with those, it still took weeks. Still had to get money for regs, which I don't know what those are. And mats. I'm sure that it's another mat. Oh, what happened? You calculate the bridge slope and realize the slope would exceed the maximum. Okay, so there is that restriction. So I am glad I did not flatten this out. No, I did the wrong one though. Yes, 1, 2, 3. Dang it! I need this one to be. Actually, I didn't do that one. That one was already there. Okay. Okay. So it needs to be that this border. I need 6 concrete now for this to work. Why no light? You can't see. Xander does not have a light source on then. Let me see if I can muster a light source. But honestly, I don't know. I've always felt like in this game you don't need a light. So to me, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, I don't need a light. I can see perfectly fine in here. Xander does not have a lamp. Oh no, I have tar on me. Why would I be carrying tar if I don't have a light? Don't understand. Fishing? Would it be in my fishing? No. Would it be my armor and weapons? No. Nope. Hey, you're streaming. You need a light. I beg to differ. And you know, this light here, this glow, is all because Griffith on his belt, I think? I put one of those glow ruins. No, it's not on my belt. Where did I put it? I put a glow ruin somewhere. Legs? My helmet? Where the heck did I put my glow ruin? On my shoulder pad, maybe? Ugh. Oh, my ring. There it is. I put a glow ruin on a ring, and that makes it so you can see. But yeah, if Griffith wasn't in here, it would be pretty dark in here. Okay, let me think. I need to bring... Hopefully Xander makes it up that. Xander will make it up. I'm gonna have to mine these slopes down. Xander is barely gonna make it up there. But we'll make it. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. Going to go get the concrete. Wait, where did the horses go? Here. There's a wolf there. Xander does not have the fight skill. Okay. Concrete. I have 11 pieces of concrete in here. I'm going to take the 6 I need and hope I don't have to use any more. Wait, what just happened there? Somehow I untargeted him. Alright. So climb this time? I guess I don't need to. You don't get damaged by falling here. Okay. So Xander is stuck in this. Okay. This is like definitely not what I was hoping for, but I guess it is what has to happen. It's the only way this will work. Raise corner. Okay. Raise this corner here. Xander's dark screen, but if Griff was any brighter, I would need to watch where I know. Yeah, like this is pretty bright. But this is like literally just the glow ruin. I am very glad that I put the glow ruin on here. Okay. And I'm trying to figure out why is it that Xander can't see the slopes? Does it require pickaxe? Yeah, it requires pickaxe. Okay. Okay, so Xander's gonna stand here, right click and hold. Griffith is gonna get back up there.
Hey, over here.
Hey, over here. The brightness on Griff's screen is perfect. Okay. Okay, and then right click here. No, Xander's not holding anymore. He is on that screen. Oh, I don't have the diopter. Plan bridge. All right.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, we got to this part, which is better than the last time. Yeah, I just heard Brian saying, hello, is he back in game? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, and for those who don't know, that is Brian's voice. He did do a lot of the work for the sounds in this game. Okay. So you see how this says 2 week? So this is what I was worried about if I made this building out of wood. That it would be 2 week. But let me see. Flat brick, what is it saying? North end, which is the one I'm on, needs a solid stone wall 2 floors below plan. Oh, I see. I see what it's saying. I see the problem. This one can't be an arch. So, let me see. Am I holding my large mall? No. I'm not holding a large mall. Now I gotta think, where's my large mall? Yeah, little worm problems, something that I always loved about the game. Yep. And I can see that a lot of people would find it frustrating. But I am in agreement with you, Bella. It's all these little things that make the game that much better. But like, let's say I didn't have all these things all prepared. Like I didn't have that concrete. I don't have a large mall. I don't have in how frustrating it would end up being. There's my large mall. Let's kill this wolf before it kills Xander. Yeah, getting over an obstacle is very pleasing. Yeah, what pleases, like the thing that pleases me the most is when I have anticipated the problem and have done the legwork to make sure that when the problem arises, I have the solution at hand. And it's like that process of working all that out ahead of time. That's the part I love. It's like, okay, I need concrete. Okay, good. I have concrete. It's like, I need this. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. I have that. Whoops. Okay, but this was something I should have anticipated. This one, I should have thought about that. I knew it going into this. Okay, wall, destroy wall, and who knows how many destroy walls I'm gonna need. But they're 30 seconds each. Okay, so I'm just trying to think here. There's a bridge going up this way. And there's also going to be a bridge going this way. This one can't be. That one also has to be destroyed. Yeah. Yes, Wurm is still fabulous. I'm just unsure if I'll revisit it. Time will tell. Give it some time. Yeah, I'd say give it some time. This game needs that time off. And then, you know, almost every time I wonder to myself, am I ever going back to Wurm? But every time I'm always happy I kept the upkeep going, you know? Somebody wanted to play Wurm Online as a hunter adventure, never really building up a plot of land and sustaining themselves off the D they find. Could they do it? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, they could. However, I don't know how enjoyable that would be. But if somebody found it enjoyable, they could. And by sustaining themselves, really the survival part about this game is very minimal. Hey, not so dirt. Welcome on in. It would be hard if you wanted to progress, right? Like if you wanted to skill up. But if, yeah, again, it would really all depend on what you wanted out of the game. Like, what are you trying to do? If the goal is to like meet people, be social, just run around, you're not really caring about skills. You're more concerned with meeting people and just playing the game in a way that's not working through the progression of the game. But the problem with this game is that there is a progression that you will feel like you want to work through. And you will have a very hard time. Yeah, social butterfly. Yeah. Yeah, your visit's getting shorter and more time in between too, in all fairness. I see. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to say though. I feel like each time I come back, it might not have been the right time. Um, like, you know how it is. What keeps you in is the projects and the people, right? You come in and a project strikes and the people are join, and it could very well. You're right though. It's hard to say, right? Because it does, as things progress. We're getting to this point on this server where a lot of the big projects. Actually, you know what? You never know. You never know. You're right though. Things about. I think this happens with every game, right? The game, when you start it out, everything's fresh, and a lot of it is about learning, and then every game gets to this point where you feel like you know the game inside and out. And most games, when you reach that situation, you stop playing, right? Like, think of a game that you've played so much, that you loved playing so much, but you could never play it again. And this, for those who are in our age group, that would be easy to find a game. Think way back in your childhood, a game that you spent so much time playing and mastering and so on. And now, could you ever play that game? Eve, EverQuest 2, yeah. I mean, like, for me, like, I could, like, even games like Final Fantasy 7. I loved that game. I played that game so much. At least a few full playthroughs of that game. And yes, but you know, even Star Fox 64, like, I think I might have beat that once, played it a couple more times with friends, and that was it. And we're talking like 10 hours maybe, right? Like, not when games back then weren't designed for thousands of hours. Then you'll get like a rare gem like Final Fantasy 7 where the storyline is 40 hours, and that was huge at the time. 40 hours. Now it's like standard, right? 40 hours is a standard game, but back then, a 40-hour game was like huge. I don't think I could ever play that game again, though. I really don't. Just gonna move these over here so I don't lose them. They get put under the bridge. Okay. Okay, let's see this thing. Move a little closer. Yeah, World of Warcraft for you. Played it since launch until maybe 3 years ago. I said the same thing about World of Warcraft. And then Classic launched. I was sucked right back in. Sucked
Hey,
back in
over
right
here.
away. Plan bridge. Hard for you to play Final Fantasy 7 with how hard the game shifts from the cliffhanger.
Hello, how are you?
But are you talking about like nearing the ending of the game? Yeah, like I probably from shifts from the cliffhanger. What do you mean by that? Shifts from the cliffhanger. The day is starting there, Griff. Thanks for the stream and the chat. Good luck with the rest of it. Catch you next time. All right, Val. Thanks for coming to hang out. You have a great rest of your day. For me, we are getting to the ending of the stream because for me it is nighttime, and yeah, we are getting to the end. Okay, this is too steep for all the arched one, but the flat brick, that's what I want. Flat brick. And we'll name this later. All right. After you're betrayed. Oh, right. Yeah. Classic killed you. I was all over it and not making gold anymore, so I couldn't pay for your playtime, so you quit and found Wurm. Oh, okay. I see. Got it. Interesting. And you played Eve so long ago and lived through the first Northern Wars, the first 0.0 Alliance era before POS account. Yeah, all this stuff. I never played Eve, so I don't know any of this stuff. And when you played Star Fox 64, you would have audio going through your dad's stereo setup. Then you would plug in his old giant headphones because they made you think of fighter pilot headphones. I would immerse myself in the idea that I was a real fighter pilot, beat the game multiple times doing that. And after you're betrayed, before that point, you're stuck on a path. Right. And you did Eve 2003 to 2011. That was way too much in that world. Okay. I've never played Eve. I'm curious to know, is it worth trying, or it's not the same game anymore? Right. Yeah, you can go back to play it now, but not because of my mastery, but because I don't want to ruin those memories. Right. Yes. Totally understand that. Okay, so we now have the frame of the bridge, and I think that's where we're gonna end our construction here for tonight. Can only have one bridge planned at a time, so I won't be able to plan the other one until I finish this one. But let's see how this looks. So yeah, I might just raise this whole tile up by 3, like make it flat. So this will be like a flat up. And I would like this aisle here now to be the pathway. So this aisle will be a path. It's not bad. It's not perfect. I don't love it. But I will live with it. All right, this mine's shaping up. Get rid of that olive tree up there. I'm gonna pick up all these just so I don't lose them. I wonder, do these fit into a wonder if they'll fit into a hang on. Into a cart, into a crate. I doubt it, right? These aren't gonna fit into a crate. I'm walking so slow. Now I'm about to climb. Yeah, it's no longer the same game unless you let other. Oh yeah. I could let the other two plan the bridge. Yeah. I'm not in a rush, and we're winding down here anyway. So I'll make some progress on this between now and the next time. I think. Let's just see. Can I put these in here? No. Okay. Plan B. Plan B is to go. Let's drop something that will allow me to walk a little bit better. So let's see. My inventory weight, the total weight is 167, and I need to get that under 147. So I need to drop 20. So let's drop the pipes. Pipes don't even go into a backpack. Ugh, that sucks. WoW would be the other game that I definitely had mastery of, but my reasoning for not going back there is the lack of social connections I made through my guild. Most of them have moved on in life or to other games. Yeah. I can see that argument. But WoW is a social game. You can always, make new connections. Oh, I'm going this way. Okay, it's still the same core game, but the power curve has grown and is past its fun, innocent period. I see. All right, memers. Thanks for coming to hang out. You were here like the entire stream. So yeah, you have a good night, and I'll see you next time. That's the same reason you saw me primarily playing during both UO and EQ. The community was the glue. Yes. That is often the case. Okay, let's just put these in here. Go in the bags, the large maul as well. The planks and the small nails. I'm just gonna plop those. I wonder if I can. No. I'll leave the planks and small nails in here just for now. I'm gonna have to make some more nails, it looks like. My small nails are like running out. Okay, last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna turn these in. And we're gonna see which ones of the old Christmas gifts we're gonna get. Okay. Let's turn these in. Be safe. Great to see you after I got off work. I'm confused about the order of that sentence. Is it that you have to go to work now, or I may get one of the new ones too? Oh, okay. Well, oh, you just got off work. Oh, okay. Nice. Well, I'm gonna be here for just a little bit longer. I should have just grabbed the cart. I'm gonna go over to the Christmas tree. We're gonna turn this all in. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do this again. Yeah, no worries. And getting off work now, this is late. Okay. Just as I run out of stamina here at the end, I'm gonna press spacebar to embark. Or is it this time I'm gonna make it? This time I made it. Weird. So far you got 2 sleighs, 2 goblins, 2 wreaths, jewel box skin, a goat, and a reindeer. Oh, I don't want the jewel box skin, that's for sure. I think I threw my last one out. No salt or butter. Just mash. Okay, so I put my tree up here, and there's a sense of something shared when you get with a group of people to experience something that's all new to you. It's different than playing with people who have seen the content 1,000 times and are going through repetition. The shared wonder and challenge are missing. I would agree with that. I totally felt that the first time I played this game. Okay, I wonder, is there a hotkey? Can I make this a hotkey? Let's make it this button. No. Nope, there's no hotkey. No. No is right. No hotkey. Ugh. So ClickFest it is. Like, how do I know when I'm ready? Like, does it pop into my inventory? Is that what happens? Look at the mission. What? It's in the mission settings? Oh, how do I get to the mission? Heck. Mission progress. Oh. It's in the mission progress. Okay. I see. It's moving. I did get my first 3 gifts, yes. This is my 4th one. Like the first one after the first 3 gifts. So here we go. First one. Okay. Also track what you sacrificed in total for your last gift. Huh. Let's see. Does it show numbers in here or is it still percentages? I actually don't know how many I gave in there. And it's only percentages. Okay. Well, we do have a bunch more. But probably enough for like a few more, or two more, or one more. I don't know. Okay. We count for this one. Yeah, okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's stop at 5. All I know is that I'm a 1% per hand in now. So next one's going to take 100. Oh my god. Each gift costs the same plus 7 more. Okay. So that was 5. 5 is 22.7%. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 is probably it. There's still troubles. Okay. And that gave me the second gift. Okay, so that's 23. So the next one's going to take 30. So I'll be able to get one more here with what I got there. Nope, I got a bunch more. But not enough for another one. Okay, so 30. Is there a consensus on any of these that I should keep? Like the image. Oh, yeah. Right. Yep. So I'm on the 30. You know what? I'm probably going to be collecting more anyway, so it doesn't matter for now. Okay, let's do these 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They don't have sparkles when you equip them. Keep a pipe to smack people around with, yeah. I don't even need to count, actually, because there was 19 in this pile. So once I finish this pile, it'll be 19. We'll see what we get. I'm hoping for a saddle sack. Okay, so I'll need 11 more. Let's just do the middle valve. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, and then the next one is going to be 36, 37, right? All right, good night, Grix. You're not going to want to stick around to see what I get out of my gifts? I'm going to do it right now. We'll open the first one. Here we go. First one is another wreath. Okay. Next one is another sled. Not bad. Actually, I'm actually kind of happy with that because it gives me another chance at a rare. Okay, third one. Checkerboard. Checkerboard. Wait. I opened that one and it gave me a checkerboard, fireworks, and a vintage present. Interesting. Okay, here's my vintage present. It's a festive bedroll. Vintage saddlebags, come on. Hey, Bloody Drongo. Is that how it works? Like the gift opens and it's a small chance at a vintage one? Is it that was I lucky there to get a vintage one? All right, Grix, you have a good night. Oh, don't worry about it, Commentary. I don't really need a saddle sack. It would have just been nice to have one. It's okay. You'll swap the wreath for it? Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, I'll swap you a wreath for it. This is my second wreath, and I don't even know what to do with the first one. Sure, I'll send you the wreath. Send indigo. Pretty sure that's how I spell it. Yeah. And I'll just send it. Yeah. 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 Got it. Well, thanks. The bedroll is actually pretty nice too. But I already have 2 of them, so. And then the unfinished large sled. Ugh, like this place is getting a little bit littered with stuff. But I will put it here. The gears and the valves can go back into. Oh, look, I even have more. Is that enough for one more? Oh, it's just short. Do I have any more? No. Just short of another one. So I'm at 34. I need 3 more. Okay. And then a bunch of stuff. I did get a casket. Let's open that. And let's just... Wait, what is this? Treasure map. Why can't I... Oh, it's a... I don't get a clue. It's a... Power. I-10. Where is I-10? Like, not far, right? I-10 is like right next door, like in this little area. Okay. So I'll put that in with the other maps. What would I call that? Central. I'll call it Central. Like, yeah, I got a few maps in there. Yeah, let's forge this grass tile more. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Take your time with the saddle sack. No worries. You think I have 8 caskets on Melody, all on Merchant? Wait, is that the jewelry casket? Is that what you mean? Oh no, the casket. Wait, caskets? Or map caskets. That's what you're talking about. I see. You did 2 maps on Melody last time I was here. Oh my god, this server's a pain to traverse. I know. Yeah, treasure maps, yeah. Figured it out after a little bit of brain twisting. Okay, I just want to put away some of this stuff. So we'll put them into this house. This house is the collecting the stuff in a haphazard way. So let's place this on the ground here. Let's rotate that. Place. Yeah. Yeah, it looks much better that way. The checkerboard. All these are gonna have to get moved. Well, let's move that there. Let's get it up on there. The wreaths can go on the floor. Fireworks. I will place that in the big box of stuff. I wonder if that'll just fit right here. Yep. And last thing I want to make sure of is that my horses are on grass. Boy, is it messy on my deed. It's just getting worse and worse as time goes on. I'm gonna have to figure something out. Oh. But that is for another time. Let's check to see if anybody's streaming Wurm. Yeah. So it logged me out of my account. I know why. I was logging into the stream elements there at that point. Nobody's streaming Wurm. Okay, so I did get DM. I'm so confused. No. What's happening here? Yeah, I'm very confused. Okay. Give me one more second to unconfuse myself here. Yeah, I'm even more confused now. I'm not sure if Cedars, if you're there, but Cedars, you said that you sent me a DM and I completely forgot about it. I found it. Okay. Right. Okay. I see it now. Okay. And I see it must be just that time of day when nobody's streaming. So I think we're not going to do a raid tonight. Let's change the music. I have too many things open is my problem right now. Oh, but another good tune. All right. We'll change it to this one, though. This is my outro song. We're going to end it here. So, yeah. Thank you very much for coming to hang out with me tonight. It was a eventful, as eventful a stream as Wurm can get. We did a whole bunch of stuff in the mine today. Made a huge progress. Cedars, you're there. I got your message. I will look into it. Well, yeah. I'm feeling that mine is going to get done at some point soon. I'm going to keep working at it. We'll probably be on it again the next stream and possibly the stream after, but we'll see where it takes us and how long it takes to get through that area. I'm going to also continue working on my masonry, which is currently at 88, and that is going to hit 90 soon. So yeah, I didn't even know that there was an option for that. So I'll go look into it. But yeah, and Drongo, you're very welcome. Thanks for coming to hang out yet again. You were here twice in a row. So yeah, I'll have to. And I noticed you were streaming Wurm earlier. Earlier today for me. But that was at 3 a.m. my time, so I was in bed at that point. But I didn't notice until after I had started. But yeah, you're very welcome, Commentary. Thanks for coming to hang out. I'm gonna be back again at some point. I'm hoping before the end of the holidays. I'm thinking this Friday potentially, but maybe not, and maybe another weekday stream next week. Holiday times are like all over the place because I'm super busy, so it'll be sometime soon. So keep an eye out for it. It might even be last minute like it was today. I'll try my best to give some advance warning on Discord, which you can find the link to below if you want to get the announcements. So yeah, until next time, you guys have a great rest of your night. Have a good one, everybody.